Okay, let's give that a try. There it goes. Okay, it looks like it's live now, and it tells me that in the current configuration, the video's primary and backup streams have different resolutions. Configure the streams to have the same resolution. I don't understand what that means. We're going to copy and paste that error into a WordPad, and we're going to figure it out later. Okay. They have different resolutions because they are different streams. Okay. It should be working. It should be working now. Okay. Yeah, this is one of those ones where when you print it, but I printed it and it I scaled it up, but I think it doesn't scale the text. Give me 15 seconds. I am going to, I just printed it out again. And I'm literally, yeah, it doesn't scale. It doesn't scale the directions. So it scales your ingredients. Hey, Darlene on YouTube. It's working now. Good. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for also telling me that it wasn't working. I appreciate that. I still have some work to do to figure out all of the nuances. It just gave me an error about resolution, but I can't change that right now because I'm live. You can't change the resolution of your stream while you're live. It's not possible. It's impossible. Okay, we're gonna make this though. Preheat the oven. Done. In a smaller mixing bowl, combine a half a cup of the melted butter. Combine half cup of melted butter with 1 cup of brown sugar, mixed combined. Cookie dough directions. Cream softened butter. Oh, okay. I'm like, what the heck? The directions here are your ingredients. The ingredients are separated. So you have your cookie ingredients, right? It says half a cup of melted butter. And then down here for the topping, it says 6 tablespoons of butter. Six tablespoons of butter. Like a half a, wait, it's this is so confusing. This is legitimately confusing. Let me read these directions first. Let's welcome in. Philly cheesesteak upside down sandwich. Oh. Upside down might work really well. You know what the worst part about cheesesteak is? When you put the meat on it and it soaks through the bottom of the roll and it falls apart in your hands. Not great. Okay, hold on. Preheat the oven to 350. In a mixing bowl, combine the butter, melted butter, combine 1/2 a cup of melted butter. A half a cup is a whole stick of butter with 1 cup of brown sugar and mix to combine. Drain the pineapple rings and set them aside. Place 1 tablespoon of brown sugar butter mixture into a well of the muffin tin pan and top with 1 pineapple ring. Then add 1 maraschino cherry in the center of each pineapple ring. Okay. Cookie dough directions. Cream softened butter and granulated sugar together until light and fluffy, scraping down the sides of the bowl as needed. Add egg and vanilla extract and continue to cream for 2 to 3 minutes. Gradually add the vegetable oil and powdered sugar to the butter mixture and cream ingredients. The mixture will cream together and turn pale yellow. Okay. Add the dry ingredients, all-purpose flour, baking soda, and baking powder to the butter mixture until fully combined. Scoop cookie dough using size number 24 cookie scoop. Press cookie dough flat in the palm of your hand to be about 3 inches in diameter. Place the flattened cookie dough on top of the pineapple ring and cherry and carefully tuck the cookie dough into the sides of the well of the pan, sealing the edges. Okay. Bake at 350 for 8 to 10 minutes or until the edges are lightly golden brown and the center is no longer glossy. Remove from the oven and flip the pan out onto a parchment-lined cookie sheet. Cookies will fall out of the pan to create the iconic upside-down pineapple dessert cookies. Allow cookies to cool before serving. Okay. So all of that makes sense. All 4 of the recipes I read for this were poorly written. Except the Betty Crocker one, which didn't sound very good. So these were the median ones. This was the better written, this was the best written recipe of the ones, this was the median. The ones that looked the best in the picture also were hard to interpret. So we're going with this. Thing number 1 on here, it says combine a half a cup of melted butter with 1 cup of brown sugar. Under the toppings section, it says 6 tablespoons. So we have 2 tablespoons of butter unaccounted for, completely unaccounted for in this recipe. Or rather, it's either 6 or 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's either 6 or 8. I'm going to start with 6 tablespoons of melted butter and the brown sugar, and we're just going to go with that. Also, the weights on here, when I scaled the recipe, did not adjust either. So, like, half a cup of granulated sugar is indeed 100 grams. I thought it was trying to tell me that 2 cups of or 1 cup of sugar was 100 grams. I was like, that's not right. That's not what the measure magnet on the fridge says. Okay, let's get out our ingredients though. We already have softened butter. I need to melt the butter, so we're gonna melt 6 tablespoons, because in the language of the recipe, the written part of the recipe, it says 6. So I'm assuming in the language it says a half a cup. Sorry, in the ingredients list it says 6. I don't know which one to do, but I do know that if I put 8 tablespoons in there, which is half a cup, if I put 8 tablespoons in there, I can't take 2 of them out. If I put 6, I can add 2. So always start with the lower number the lower number in a range, both on cooking time and where there is confusion about ingredients. That's like the rule. Okay, so we're gonna melt this on the stove. This is already exceedingly soft because it's been out on the counter since 11 a.m. It is now 3 p.m. my time. 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 Central. Y'all, I don't want to deal with ads today, so I'm gonna turn them off. And we're just gonna have pre-rolls today. Which means if you're here already and you're not a subscriber, you're not gonna get any ads today. I just don't want to feel beholden. Hello, I'm back. Liz, there's an hour-long cooldown on individual users for the flirt bot. It has been less than an hour since it last responded to you. I promise you that it will work. Yeah, you gotta rest. You gotta rest. You gotta relax. Listen, there's such a thing as aftercare. In this case, it's an hour. But we'll be back in the saddle soon. An hour is a pretty quick turnaround. It is. Listen, when you're really going for it, it's about right. Oh my God. I'm turning the ads off. I can't deal with the ads today. I don't have any dishes to wash. I'm not doing a recipe development. I'm turning the ad scheduler off that means that there will be pre-rolls today and that otherwise there will be no ads. If y'all want to play a game of words on stream at some point, you let me know, okay? And we'll play a game of words on stream. Because I know y'all like the words on stream. I just don't feel like being told by Twitch to run ads today. Honestly, I'm sort of like, I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood for it. I do need to get at the rest of my ingredients. Sugar, vanilla, powdered sugar, baking soda. Sugar, vanilla, powdered sugar, that would be confectioner's sugar, baking soda, and cream of tartar. Where the hell is that? There it is. Does cream of tartar go bad? Probably. Best by September 2024. Great. Well, carry the one. It's September 2025. Oh well. Megan, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Carly, welcome in. Good afternoon to you. Or good morning if it's still morning. Some of you are still experiencing morning. I too am just still experiencing morning despite the fact that it is almost 3 p.m. my time. Best by doesn't necessarily mean used by or it's bad. This is true. I don't use this very often. Obviously. Cream of tartar. Oh, and flour. We need flour. Of course. Of course. And brown sugar? Yes, brown sugar. Alrighty. We got all of our stuff out. 6 more minutes of morning. That sounds like a band name. Maybe I'm thinking of like 30 Seconds to Mars, or what are the other band names that have like timing related? There's at least one other. Something of summer. 3 Seconds of Summer or something like that. I don't know. There's some other band that has that in the title. Small bowl. Smaller mixing bowl, half cup of melted butter, 1 cup of brown sugar, and mix 2 combined. Okay, and that's just going to be our topping. This is the butter. This should be melted by now. Should be 30 Seconds to Mars. That's one. There's definitely another one though. There's definitely another, and it's like right on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember it. And if someone said it in chat, I'd be like, oh yeah, that one. But it's not gonna. Otherwise, it's not available to me at this moment. We have to do some cleanup down here because the pans are in the right cabinet, the wrong place. We have frying pans. Frying pans where the colanders go. Oh, that was good though. Okay. That's a better place for that colander. 5 Seconds of Summer. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. I think I said that, right? I said something Seconds of Summer. I don't think I said 5 though. I think I said not that. I don't recall what I said. Basically, like I'm goldfishing today. I have no idea what I just said. 1 cup of brown sugar, 214 grams, it says. 214 grams. Okay. 2 seconds makes a difference. It does make a difference. You're like, oh, you think I won't make that joke. Okay. I won't make that joke. 214 grams. This bowl's not big enough. I should have gotten a bigger bowl. I'm gonna dump this into a bigger bowl. Yikes. This is why I love the dishwasher, because I'll just like put this in the dishwasher now. There we go. 214. Is it still 214 in this bowl? Let's see. No, it's 215 apparently. Remember when we almost fell in the bubbles, the monkey trap? Yes. Yeah. Yes, I do, in fact. It was along those lines where my head was going. Not quite as fraught, but still the same sort of energy. Mixed to combine, great. See, sometimes I get annoyed with some recipes. I get annoyed with a lot of recipes, actually. It's part of why I enjoy writing them. Because I'm like, let me fix all the errors that I see in other people's writing. All right, this is 6 tablespoons of butter. Is this a good consistency? TBD. Let's see. I think it is. This seems about right. The whisk was the wrong tool for this. See, this is where it would be nice if someone was like, stir with a spoon to combine, instead of stir with a whisk and then shake the whisk out for 45 seconds to get all the sugar out of the inside. Anyway, I just gotta complain. Sorry. Not sorry. Drain the pineapple rings. Set them aside. Lovely. Let's do that. We're gonna drain those into a glass. This glass is apparently stolen from the happiest place on earth, the 12 South Tap Room and Grill in Nashville, Tennessee. I've never been here, and neither has Gwen. I don't know where this mug came from. Also, it's a glass and not a mug, but whatever. Whatever. Pineapple. And we also need maraschino cherries, which are in here somewhere. Do I have an open container? What's the statute of limitations on using maraschino cherries from a long time ago? How many of these do you suppose I need? Best by July 23rd, 2027. Hell yeah. We're good to go. Pineapple upside down cake uses half of a maraschino cherry, right? Like you put half, you Fruit Ninja the cherry in half, right? It doesn't say, it just says drained. And it just says, add 1 maraschino cherry in the center of each pineapple ring. I think it's half. It doesn't say anything about half, but like, it's gotta be. Not Getty, welcome in. You could go wild. I don't want to do that because I feel like if I could, to be fair, I could. But I think if I do that, what will end up happening is the cookie will be like not lumpy, or it will be lumpy. And I don't know that I want that. So instead of fishing all the cherries and their juice out of here, I'm gonna drain them in that way. And then we'll put these in their own little bowl. I'm making 12 cookies, so this should be plenty. I've got more than 6 cherries in here. So perfect. We'll just use the rest of those, and then whatever I don't use, I'll eat. Because they're good, and why not? This will sit over here. I'm going to drain the pineapple now, and the pineapple juice. What are these in? In pineapple juice. Great. It's saying adds in 1 minute. It's not for me. It's saying nothing scheduled. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Maybe just refresh your window. Because it might have just been like on a timer. It might not have like pinged the server or whatever it is that people say. Remember when I used to work in tech and I didn't know anything. I didn't know what I was talking about, but like I would talk to our like hosting teams or our product teams or like just the different like technical teams enough to like know the language on how to respond to a customer. And they be like, oh yeah, we need to like, I don't know, futz with that widget. And the customer would be like, oh, okay. And I knew that they wouldn't know what I meant. And I don't know if they knew that I didn't know what I meant. But I knew what was happening, but I didn't know what it meant. Anyway. And that's basically parenting. I know what's happening, but I don't know what it means. All right, we're gonna let those just sit over this for a little bit. We'll see what happens. We'll leave those like that while I cut these cherries up. I think 6 tablespoons of butter was enough. This is quite liquidy. And I think if I'd have added 2 more tablespoons to that, it would be too much. It would be too much liquid. So I'm gonna note that on here. There we go. 6 tablespoons. Noted. Let's give you the overhead view too. That way you got something else to look at. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's my 12 cherry halves. And these are the cherries for the eaten. I think. These do not have pits in them, right? No, of course they don't have pits in them. Something this processed cannot have pits in it still. There's no way. Don't get on the counter, it will stain forever. Obi, no. Bad kitty. He came up in a hurry. Did you see? Look, this is butter over here, by the way. This is what he was after. Watch his head, ready? No, he doesn't care. He's empty. Obi. Do you just want to be perceived? Whoa, that's not what we wanted to do at all. Hold on. No, we wanted to do this. Tidy Whities, welcome in. Yes, crimes indeed. This is Obi. Obi. It's spelled O-B-I-E, like Soapluff has entered the command, but the name comes from O-B, the letters O and B, for Orange Boy, because he is orange and male. And does not want to be held. Wash my hands. He was making for the butter. He almost got there too. He got right to it, but he didn't get his tongue out. He might have, I don't know actually. But we're not cooking for anyone else today, so I don't really care. Got a little cat fur in it, it's all right. Cookies, in general, when I'm making cookies, it's for Cookie Club, and that means that the cats get to stay in the basement behind the closed door so that they don't get up here, because I've already cleaned the kitchen and do not want them in here. But on a normal day, I don't really care. I don't really care. Guy, welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope y'all are having a good one. It's an easier, a lighter day today, sort of. I don't know if lighter is the right term for it, but I had to go to the store unexpectedly this morning, which like threw my everything else I was doing today kind of off, which was good because I ended up sort of not stressing about things. I was like, I gave up the self-talk that said you have to accomplish these amount of things today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm making 12 cookies and there's 10 pineapple rings in here. Oh, it's terrible. I have to open the other can. I'm glad I didn't double it now. I would have been short 4. Although it was probably like 14. The other can that I got, I bet you Ash, don't you do it. No. The other can that I got probably has 12 in it. You watch. Slice them in half the long way. I'm gonna eat them. Generally speaking, I'm just gonna like drain them. I'll drain them. I'll put 2 in here, and then I'm going to just eat the rest of them. I love canned pineapple. Canned pineapple is like a relatively common snack for me. Ash, no. Damn it. Hold on. Yes. God damn. Guess who just tried to climb one of the lights? Once again, I'll give you a hint. It was Ash. So hold on. For fun here. This is this light over here, right? I just looked over and both of his paws were up on the light and his head was like in the middle of it, and it was just going over onto the ground. And that is why we ran. Yes. This is Ash. Ash. Yes. Who's bad? Me. Me. Who is doing things they shouldn't? Me. He's trying to help with the lighting. He does like to be held. He's the baby. Ash is the one who likes to sit on. Ash will come and sit on my lap. He's definitely the babiest of the group. Yeah. He comes in anytime I'm sitting in the kitchen, this one comes and sits on my lap. Yes. Okay. Are you finished now? Did you get enough action? You got enough action? Okay, I'm gonna put you down. Yes. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna turn my back. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick, and he is gonna back off the fucking counter. Elsie should be here any moment now to cause more trouble. They're He's trying to climb the pile of bags that are hanging on our railing over there. Oh my God. They're still kittens. They were born April 14th or 15th, something like that. And they're adventurous. They're adventurous. I can see Elsie. She's on the couch downstairs. She's sleeping. So she's around and awake, which means you have to be vigilant. Because if she's around and awake, that means that some shit's about to go down. She is relentless. Just relentless. She's also the group. She's like, of the 3 cats, she's the group leader. Like, she is definitely the one in charge. Realize I'm not wearing a hat. I'm not wearing a hat. You're right. That is correct. I haven't been, just in general. Do any foster kitties? We do. We have 3. So currently there are 6 cats living in this house. 6. 3 that are 5 months old, and the other ones are 6 weeks at this point, I think. I'd have to ask Gwen what their exact age is, but I think they're about 6 weeks old. Okay, toppings, bottomings, I guess, really, for the purpose of assembly, are ready. We have our brown sugar butter mixture, and then maraschino cherries and pineapple. This is pineapple juice. Woo! Hell yeah. Who needs coffee when you got that much sugar growing through you? Okay, now this is, where did the other page of this just go? Okay, now we need to get out the stand mixer because everything else here is creaming. Like it was soda water. Ooh, that's a good idea. I have, I don't have the soda stream set up right now. But I do have some seltzer water. I might just use that. I have some like lime seltzer water from Costco. So that's a good idea. Yeah, that was an aggressively sweet amount of sugar I just had there. All right. Oh, there's the blender. Ha. Okay. Okay, we got this. We got it. Hold on. Not a cat this time. Just my own. Did you use the juice in the cookies? You know, I hope not, Megan, because I'm just drinking it. I don't think so, though. No. I think the juice is. It just says to drain them. It doesn't say they've reserved the juice. A lime prickly pear sparkling water. That's fancy. I've never had a prickly pear sparkling water. I feel like, I wonder if sparkling water is different, like in different regions. I don't think prickly pear would sell here because I don't think people would know what that is. I know what it is, but I've definitely never seen it. Hold on, let me move this before I spill it here. Okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing on this step? Softened butter and granulated sugar. Okay, so let's just weigh the sugar here. It does give a weight for the sugar, and because I'm just using a regular, I'm not scaling this at all anymore. I do trust the weight that they put on here. I didn't trust it when I realized that the certain portions hadn't scaled. But now that I'm not using this, the automatic scaler, never trust the scale. That's what we're learning today. Or trust this scale, the scale that you're weighing the thing on. You know what? Never mind. We're not going down that road. 100 grams of sugar. Woo! That was perfect. 101. I'll take that. That's close. Angry Rook, welcome in. Good day to you. Hey, just like it says in chat, if you're lurking and you're not following, follows are silent. So if you're the type of person who's like, hey, I want to follow, but I'm not sure if they're going to make a big deal out of it. I'm not sure if they're going to like say my name a bunch of times and a bunch of lights and shit are going to go off. They're not. You can just hit the follow button and continue to be unperceived completely until you say something in chat yourself, until you choose to be perceived. So just a little note for anyone who may be lurking and not following. Follows are free, and on this channel they're also silent. Okay, we have sugar and Softened butter. How much butter? 1/2 cup of butter softened. All right, this butter is softened. Yes, this is 1/2 cup. 1 stick of butter, 1/2 cup. So I'm going to cream these together. And how long? It doesn't say how long. It doesn't say how long. It does say light and fluffy. So let's, light and fluffy is usually like somewhere between like 3 to 4 minutes. So let's do that. When I talk, if my voice sounds a little bit like a robot, it's probably because this thing is making noise. Or maybe you can hear the mixer. Probably not. Okay. Next step after this, though, is going to be adding the egg and vanilla and continue to cream for 2 to 3 minutes. So they really, this is like heavily mixed. Heavily mixed. Okay. Egg and vanilla extract. Vegetable oil and powdered sugar. Okay. Let's measure the powdered sugar while I'm waiting. How much powdered sugar did it say? 65 grams of powdered sugar. Great. Liz asks, am I making these in a muffin pan? I am. I'm making these in a large muffin pan. So, one of the like jumbo muffins varieties. Because the alternative is making them on a sheet pan, and I kind of like the idea of the recipes that were used in muffin tin, because I thought that the brown sugar, like the liquidy part of the upside down cake would be nice, and I thought that on a sheet pan it would dissipate more. I'd never heard of a muffin top pan either. I'm using a regular muffin pan. I'm using a large, a muffin pan meant for large, the like jumbo size muffins. I don't know what a muffin top pan is. I'm not sure. I got a new spatula today. It's silicone. It's heat proof. It's not melted and discolored. The other one that I had, I realized that I had warped it when I was scraping out the Dutch oven the other day from the soup, because that one was not heat proof. And so I was like, oh, this one is warped and awful now. Like, I need a new spatula. I can't use this one. So I got a new spatula. We went back to Fonte's today. My love. My forever love, Fonte's. They're so nice there too. The people who work there. They're all very knowledgeable, which is helpful. I did ask them what a muffin top pan was too. And the person was like, oh yeah, we don't carry those. Like, it wasn't a what is that? It was a like, we don't have those. And I was like, oh, okay. I just wanted to know if you knew what it was. Like, because I'd never heard of it. Add the egg. Add the egg. And vanilla extract. Okay. Egg is in. Vanilla extract. We're using imitation vanilla for these. A muffin top pan is a shallow muffin pan to make specifically the top of a muffin. I've only seen one once and thought it was a 6 mini flan pan. It is, Megan, and the person at the store at Fonte's explained, they did say, hold on, how much vanilla extract? A teaspoon. They did say the difference between like a jumbo muffin tin and a muffin top pan is the muffin top pan has straight, it's like a circle with straight sides all around. So it is like a mini cake pan, whereas just a jumbo muffin, or like a muffin tin, has a slight contour to the side. And they were like, yeah, that's basically the only difference. So I was like, great. Why then I don't need the other. Then I'm not gonna. You don't have it anyway, but I'm great. I don't need it. Add an egg and vanilla and continue to cream for 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. So I'm gonna add that. Then we add the vegetable oil and powdered sugar. How much vegetable oil? 1/4 cup. That's not that much. Pan for everything. I know. And if they'd have had one there, I probably would have bought it. Because then I would be like, then I would just have one. Pans are the sort of thing where like they don't go bad unless you use them. So if you have one and you don't use it all that often, like it's never gonna go bad. It's not like a sheet pan where if you use it over and over and over and over and over, it warps and eventually you need to replace it. Pumpkin bread. Megan, that sounds delish. Do you have a specific pumpkin bread recipe that you love? I haven't had pumpkin bread in a while. I do love it though. I love the pumpkin bread that's like, quick bread. Pumpkin bread without all the like the I personally like it without all like the fussy sort of accompaniments. And when I say fussy accompaniments, I mean like I don't love the like pumpkin seeds and sort of decorative top. I just like want a giant slab of bread with like butter. My dream is to have a big one that lifts instead of tilts. Caretaker, totally. Yeah. I did put one, we talked about this. I put a new KitchenAid on the wish list for Throne, but only said I could remember which one it was. I feel like one of our IRL streams got to pump through it. If I came across a pumpkin bread, Liz, I would have, and I was like in the pastry buying mindset, I absolutely would have eaten that, 100%. All right, that's 2 minutes. That is real good. Gradually add the vegetable and powdered sugar to the butter mixture and cream the ingredients. Okay, so instead of gradually, sorry, I turned the mixer off and there was like noise in the house and no one's home, so that's weird. But it's Daisy coming down the steps. So nothing to worry about. Just I caught Daisy. Then usually I hear Daisy's the starting noise, but like I didn't hear it start today because the mixer was on. Anyway, whatever. I do love pumpkin bread. Yeah, I don't want fancy pumpkin bread. Either Trader Joe's bowl mix is probably the exact one. Like that's probably the like. That one would be great, and it would probably be exactly what I'm looking for. I'm stirring this powdered sugar in just like a little bit before I turn the mixer on because I don't want this to like spray up at me. I will cream the oil in. I'll pour the oil in while it's on. But the powdered sugar, I don't want to pour that in while it's moving because then it just poofs up and is annoying and not ideal. Okay, so Yeah, if I leave my spatula there long enough, this is true. I did move it. I had that thought. I did have that thought. Sawyer Mo, welcome in. Hello. Hi, that sounds amazing. You made the best of a traffic jam, a whole Killers album session with your 3-year-old niece. That's amazing. That is definitely brag-worthy. I agree. That sounds lovely. It's great when you can make something that's frustrating be fun, especially with kids. The mixture will cream together and turn pale yellow in color. Okay, so we're creaming this together for another just a couple minutes here. So I'm going to gradually add the oil. Okay, that's been added. All right, and now this is relatively liquidy now, so we're gonna measure together all of the dry ingredients, and then we will add those in the same way that I did with the powdered sugar. Okay, I don't need the vanilla anymore. Back over there. Let's measure all the dry ingredients together, and then I'll get the then we'll mix. We'll mix. Okay. Add the dry ingredients of all-purpose flour, baking soda, and baking powder to the butter mixture until fully combined. Okay, this calls for a half a teaspoon of cream of tartar. It does not list that anywhere on the directions. So I'm assuming that the 1/2 a teaspoon of cream of tartar goes in with all the rest of the dry ingredients. Now, why am I assuming that? Because it's also a dry ingredient. But who's to say, really? Okay, half a teaspoon. Where are my teaspoons at? There they are. Half a teaspoon. Because the ingredients are listed in the order that they're being added, at least for the cookies. So that is helpful. Half a teaspoon of cream of tartar. Okay. 1/2 a teaspoon of baking soda. And then 2 cups of all-purpose flour, 240 grams. Okay. And then we'll mix this together. $2.17, $2.30. 35, 240. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to put these dry ingredients back into the cabinet because I do not need them anymore. This was for the brown sugar, so let's move that. Oh yeah. I do not need those anymore. Okay. And cinnamon can go back, vanilla can go back, baking soda can go back, cream of tartar can go back. All right. Cabinets are good. What did the rest of the household think of the corn pie? Gwen didn't eat it, and Calvin ate some of it. He was, I don't know what he thought of it. He said it was good, but he only ate like half of a piece of it. But that was last night after like dinner. He had snacks. He had dinner. Like he had like a lot to eat prior to that, and also it was late. So honestly, I'm gonna offer some to him when he gets home from school today, and we'll see what the reaction is in the light of day. He's not gonna want it when he gets home from school. I know that. But I bet you if I usually offer him like a piece of fruit or something, and he rolls his eyes. So we'll see if I'm like, hey, would you like some of that? Would you like a piece of that cream pie today? Instead, maybe he might be open to it. We talked about, it was funny, he and I had a really interesting conversation the other day, because if you remember the cantaloupe, the cantaloupe sorbet that I made the other day, he didn't like it, and he was like, it wasn't that good. Not the cantaloupe ice cream. He liked the cantaloupe ice cream, but the cantaloupe sorbet, the ice cream was the birthday thing. And I was like, okay, so what? I was like, let's break this down here, because you like all the ingredients and you like the thing, you like all the stuff in it. I was like, what if I had said that it was, and he was like, the color was a little weird. He was like, the color was a little off because I used brown sugar instead of white. He was like, the color was a little off, and he was like, I just don't like sorbet. And I was like, okay. I was like, so what happened here is I called it cantaloupe sorbet. What I should have called it, I was like, what if I was like, just clear your mind, right? What if I told you that we were going to get brown sugar cantaloupe water ice? Would you like that? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, so here's the deal. I was like, this is all a phrasing thing. Like, and this is what happens. You anchor, sometimes we get stuck in the name of the thing, or the verbiage or whatever. I was like, you didn't really even want to try it when I gave it to you. Why not? And he was like, well, I don't like sorbet. And I was like, sorbet is water ice. They're basically the same thing. Okay, they're not. I know they're not, but they are. And he was like, well, I love water ice. And I was like, I know. So I was like, next time I'll think about it a little bit more. So I don't know. We'll see. I liked it well enough. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it. I still have some in there. I still have a pint of it in the fridge. Freezer. It's not the fridge. Ty, I love that though. Hopefully. And 3 is still the age where you can force them to listen to your music and they'll do it happily. My kid is 10 and he's like, turn this shit off. Lemon says, I'm in a Discord and someone asked what to do with leftover zucchini, and I asked what quantity, and they said decent amount, enough for a good meal. And I replied, in what country? People don't actually want help. And oh my God, yes. No, that's true. Sometimes you can't help. Liz, yeah, maybe sometimes, maybe you can't. Yeah, I don't know if it was that, but see, the thing is, I can't go back now. I've already called it the thing, so we'll see. What do you do with a bunch of zucchini? Make a zucchini pizza bake. That's what you do. Mix until fully combined. Okay, so this is our dough now. This is like the dough. This is the final product here. So I'm going to mix this. We're going to scrape this down, and then we're going to do. We'll scrape the bottom of the bowl, and then mix one more time. Okay. Speaking of the child, what does the child want? Okay. Gotta be straight though. I don't know what water ice is. Shaved. You ever had shaved ice? Or water ice is a mixture between like shaved ice and sort of soft ice cream. Sorbet. Yeah, it's sorbet. It is. It's sorbet. I was calling it sorbet. I was calling my cantaloupe sorbet to be fancy, but I realized too late that fancy was not familiar. And despite sorbet sounding better to me, it sounded unfamiliar to Calvin. Okay, so this looks good. It's a little bit soft. Doesn't, I wonder, let me see if this recipe has any notes on texture. Doubt it, but it might. Fully combined. No notes on texture, that's fully combined. Italian ice with no milk or cream. Yeah. Yeah. Water ice is sort of a Philly name for Italian ice. I think that's accurate. Now we need to prep our trays. Okay. Scoop the cookie dough using a size 24 cooking scoop. Press cookie dough flat in the palm of your hand to be about 3 inches in diameter. Okay, so thing number one, I don't know what a number 24 cookie scoop is. That's not true. I do. A number 24 is like 1.5 tablespoons. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to scrape this dough out into another bowl. I know this is supposed to make 12 cookies, so I'm just going to weigh this. I'm going to scrape it out of here into this bowl so I can weigh it, and then I will just divide that weight by 12, and that's how much dough we need to put in each of the cups. Unless I have a tare weight written on the bottom of the bowl. My mixing bowl, I don't think I do. Some of the bowls that I have the tare weight written on the bottom so that I just don't have to do anything. But this one, I don't think I do. I should. I definitely should, because this one is the one that is probably would make the most sense because it's the one I mix cookie dough in. But I don't think I do. We'll see. We'll see. Because I'm going to look. Scraping all the dough off of here because there's not that much dough. There's not that much in here generally, and there is, but it doesn't seem like all that much. But it doesn't seem like all that much because I'm used to doing like double and triple batches of cookies. So I think maybe it's just a me thing. $25 cookies, possibly. No, I don't have the tare weight written on the bottom of that. So we're just going to weigh this out. This is the bowl I used for the flour, which is empty. And I didn't clean it, but it's like, again, it's all kind of going to the same place. And I already dumped the flour out of it, so it's pretty empty. All right. Just trying not to make more dishes if I don't need to. All right, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make one tray of this. So I have 2 muffin tins. They're the big ones. They have six holes or whatever, 6 cups each. So we'll just make one at a time. We'll make one, we'll pop that in the oven, and then we'll make the next one afterward. Okay, so that's good. I'm at 625 grams. So 625 divided by 12 equals 52.08. Yeah, 52 grams per cookie. That is an achievable number. Belly flops, welcome in. So yeah, so you put the pineapple and the cherry in the bottom and then the cookie on top, flip when it comes out of the oven. Exactly, Liz. You bake it like you would bake an pineapple upside down cake, but you have, it's a cookie instead. Let me write a couple things. I have to let Daisy out. She's banging at the door, and if I don't let her out, she will pee on the floor. So I'm writing the 52 down because otherwise I will forget that number. I'll definitely forget that number. Yeah, so we have our topping or bottomings, whatever. The pineapple sugary part here. We have the cookie part here. And I'm going to put up a game of words on stream. And we will, and I'm gonna let Daisy out. Okay, so I said I wasn't gonna run the ad manager today, but I think I'm just gonna run a 3-minute ad like right now, just sort of, it's not random, but like I need to go let the dog out. So I hope that's okay. Velos, I know, I'm so sorry. I didn't write it on the bottom of the bowl. I'm such a failure. I'm such a failure. I'm such a failure. Anyway, yeah, Daisy, she knows once she leaves her proximity to the door, that's when I know I've got to run downstairs. Because the moment she leaves the door is bad. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad now because I'm gonna take a break to let the dog out. So here we go. Here's words on stream. It's up now. Boop, 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 boop. It didn't make the sound. Sorry, I just made it for you. And then here's a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I don't know why the sounds aren't working. Sorry. Okay, Days. Let me let you out. I see you. You're a good girl. You're here. You're ringing the bell. You're doing what you're supposed to. You're very patient. Thank you. Go ahead. Old dog is old. Okay, there she goes. She is peeing on the steps. Perfect. Literally on the steps. Okay, come on. Well, at least it wasn't in the house. Don't really care that it was on the steps, as long as it wasn't on the actual floor of the house. No, you're not going out. We need to check the front door here for a second. Okay. Nope. Nothing yet. Okay, we're back. We're back. Did the ad run? Is it running? I can't tell. Whoa. Sorry. It is running. Okay, it's running. It's not, it doesn't show me that it's running today. It just kind of says that it's running. Or I know that it's running because of the bot. Almost finished. Cool. There should be a sound today when the ad is over. Which is you heard the sound. Yeah. I played it manually earlier. Oh, hold on. Why do I have words on stream up? I played the sound manually earlier, but it should run automatically today. I fixed it. That's why you heard it earlier. Can you name where it's from?
It's over!
If you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I don't love running ads. We're not doing them today, generally speaking, but I had to let Daisy out, so now we don't have pre-rolls for the next hour, which is great. But I'm not. I don't have the ad scheduler on today. We're seeing how that feels. Seeing how that feels. Let's make these cookies now. Let me wash my hands too, real quick. Sounds like Trogdor or something. Soapluck, nailed it. Woo, you good. It's strong bad. Yes. Yes, it is. It's from that Homestar Runner webcomic. It is the strong bad sound at the end of the mini cartoons that they have as part of that web series. The Teen Girl Squad. Like mini episodes in there. At the end of the mini episodes, that's the sound at the end of those episodes. And I remembered it today. I was like, oh, I should add that. I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna put my hat on too, because I'm like, I don't know, I'm like making cookies now. Why the fuck? I think Calvin was the last one wearing this hat. Yeah, he was. I'm like, this is I can't even put this on. Yikes. Who's saying something? Oh, do we have another butter baby? Is the third butter baby? What? What? Did you want to come say hi too? You don't want to be left out. No, you don't want to be left out. Meow. There she is. There's the leader. The leader, the kitty leader. She's just the babiest. Tiny head. Yes, Calvin wears my hat sometimes. Look at this beautiful baby. She came over to say hi. She just like came over and she was feeling left out. Were you feeling left out? You're feeling unsupported. Now you're supported. There we go. She is very pretty. Maybe when Gwen comes home, we can get Gwen to show us the foster kittens. Ty, I kind of do sometimes, but I've been getting used to it. I haven't been wearing the hat outside. I haven't been wearing... Like, the last time I had a hat on before today was last Thursday's stream. Liz, the foster cats are... One is a gray tabby, similar to Ash. One is a calico, similar to Elsie. And the other one is white with a big orange spot on his head. And this one is just... She's just about finished being held. She just comes over sometimes to get a little bit of attention, get a belly rub. Oh, there we go. Yeah. You are you are my baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We have to pause to pet the cat. Yeah. Yeah. What have you been doing? I've been watching. You've been sleeping in the sun down there. I saw you. Are you active now? Are you active? You chew on the microphone? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good baby cat. Mm-hmm. Okay. But we're done now. Goodbye. She said, that's enough. Thank you. I'm good. I'm going to get down now. Oh, no, 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 you aren't. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. God damn it. See? I turned around. I went to wash my hands. As I'm at the sink, I turned around. I looked at her on the floor, just looking up. That's what she's up here for. She doesn't want love. Damn. Stealth kitty. Nothing stealthy about her. She's just at it. And she'll be back. She will be back. If I turn around again, yeah. Well, now she's upset because my hands were wet. So I was washing my hands when she came over. See, this is just like, this is how it's been. This is exactly how it's been. All three of these cats they take turns. Okay. Place 1 tablespoon of brown sugar mixture into a well of the muffin tin pan and top with 1 pineapple ring. Okay. We're gonna measure this as well because we're going to. Yeah, Liz, they interact. They definitely interact with each other. They didn't. They do now. Now that the kittens, the little kittens, have had their vaccinations, now they are able to interact. Okay, 23. 52 for the dough. 23, 52. Okay. So 20.
Popular. You're gonna be popular.
Nothing will beat ass jumping on the gnocchi. I know. I want to say that he's learned his lesson, but he has not. None of them have learned. They will continue to not learn. And that's fine. They're cats. They're cats. Liz, we were 100% not be a 6-cat household. That is a non-starter. Like, Gwen is the one who sort of has the ultimate say over all the animals. But like, I can't. I think that she knows that 3 is about my limit for cats. I have said exactly those words. Okay, so about 23 grams per. Those other, the kittens though, the ones that she's fostering right now, are spoken for. They're already like adopted. They've been claimed. They're just not old enough to adopt yet. So they already have homes that they are going to. Which is great. I'm glad to hear it. And I'm glad to hear it. Okay. So I'm gonna let's see. I'm gonna spread this out just a little bit. It is the same set of cats. Yeah, we've had the same foster kittens now for a couple weeks. So basically, yeah, they're old enough now that like they've had a couple vet appointments, they've had their vaccines, like they're ready. They're just they're not up to the weight yet where they can be spayed and neutered, and basically as soon as they get spayed and neutered, they're adoptable. The shelter will not allow them to be adopted before that. They never learn not to jump up when food is around. Ours, they're learning, and I am also sort of I'm exhibiting a lot of patience, frankly. They don't jump on the table while we're eating. That they don't do. It's like there's too many hands around to grab them right away, I think. I'm just gonna do these. I'm gonna do this part all at once because I'm in the groove of like filling and shaping here. Or filling, not shaping. We haven't shaped anything yet. But our cats do jump on the counter now, which is annoying, but also mostly okay. If there's no food up here, I don't care. It's when there's stuff that I'm cooking that it bothers me. Mainly I just don't want cat fur on my food. Velas, it is 3, and don't worry, because if you redeem more than 3, I look at the tracking before I hit fulfill or whatever on the channel point redeem. So if you've already done 3, I just refund the points. All right, it was like 23 and a quarter, so I'm a little bit off here, but that's okay. I regret working out. You probably feel good now, right? I hope, maybe. Liz, I hope you have a productive meeting without any new obligations. 3. Yeah, I know how that goes. That's why I do the same workout all the time. Just works the same muscles. Mainly my workout is for cardiovascular purposes. I'm not trying to like get fit. I'm just trying to get my heart rate up. But I've been pretty consistent with the bike recently, which is nice. Working out is one of those things where I've never in my life wanted to start working out. But I usually feel good afterward. And sometimes you're like, yep, that's gonna suck. And like 4 hours later, you can't walk. That's how you know it's good. We're talking about biking or working out, FYI. I lost 100 pounds so I could afford to lose another 50. You know, you've already done well. That is a lot to lose. That is a ton to lose. Trying to lift heavy for bone density. That's reasonable. I just want to be able to wear the same clothes. I don't want to have to change. I don't want to have to like buy new clothes regularly. That's literally my motivating factor. Okay, let's put a pineapple ring in the middle of these. Hopefully these fit the pineapple rings. Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. They just fit in the bottom of this. Now here's the thing. Hopefully this ends up being okay, that they're sort of right around the edge here. Because I think what might end up happening is these don't really stick to the dough. And it all just falls apart. But that's okay too. It'll be okay. Used to be big and muscular. Yeah, man. Remember being young and like eating whatever? Some people have that capacity. I feel like I didn't. I started down the path of Being overly concerned about my weight very young. Not anymore, but now I just exercise regularly. Ty says that's why I still skate. Yeah. It is a workout. It's a big workout. Skating is a lot. Skating I love, and it was just I used to skateboard. I used to rollerblade, and it's just so hard on your body though. It's the same thing with running. Like I don't run, I bike. A lot less impact. I admire runners, and I really wish I could run without not being able to walk for 2 days afterward. I remember waking up and feeling great. Right. All I did was sleep. Yeah. You sleep on your shoulder wrong, you feel it for a week. What else do y'all do? What else do y'all do to stay active? Running, that's skating, lifting heavy. I bike. I mainly bike, both outside and in exercise bike capacity. Sleeping on the shoulder wrong. Yeah. Same thing with my back. I'll definitely attest to the fact that I've slept on my back and just like gone, like just not been able to move the next day. You stay very active. You dream about running. I love running. The endorphins are great. Whenever I run, even if it's like down the street to catch the bus, my legs hurt. You mow the lawn. I mean, hey, depending on the size of your lawn, that's a hell of a lot. Place the flattened cookie dough on the top of the pineapple ring, cherry, and carefully tuck the cookie dough into the sides of the well of the pan, sealing the edges. Okay, let's get some gloves for this because this dough is a little sticky, and I feel like what I'm going to do is take it out with the spoon, I'll flatten it, and then just kind of like mash it into here. Treadmill, hour walks, and strength training. Oh, treadmill walks are nice. Hiking with a full pack. Super. That's good. That's a nice one. I like to hike too. I don't get out to hike as often as I'd like to, but it is definitely a favorite activity. Yeah, walking is definitely my biggest form of exercise. Okay, this dough, Elsie, no. She's lurking. All right, this dough, it says flatten, but I think I can just like flatten it a little bit and then sort of work it around on the inside here like I'm doing. 52 grams. She's knocking things off on this side of the room. Trying to get me. She's trying to distract me. I know it. It's not going to work. If I do it too much, it hurts. Yup. And not just regular pain. Sure. If you have other physical things going on, sometimes it's better to sometimes taking it easy is the better move because you're not going to end up unable to move later. You can exercise yourself into not being able to move for days. Right. Yeah, that is the shitty part about getting older too. And obviously, scoliosis is not helping. Fair point. Yeah, I hope they don't stick either, fellas. This is like a kind of a non-stick pan. Physio workout 3 times a week. Yeah, for me, I think part of why I love living in the city is that I am relatively active. Like when I leave my house, it's usually on foot. If I'm going to the store or like to go get, I don't know, a beverage or to go out or something like that. You know, I'm rarely getting in the car. it's exceedingly rare that I do anything in the car. And so walking, just like my general lifestyle kind of lends itself to movement, which I definitely appreciate. I feel like if I was in a suburban or rural environment, it would be very difficult because you have to be much more intentional. Don't even know how to drive. Perfect. See, that's, well, probably frustrating in some days, but mostly good for your body. When all the recumbent bikes sound great. Biking for me is good for my knees. That's what hurts the most if I try to run, is my knees. Like when I'm hiking, I have no trouble with like the uphill portions of the hike, but as soon as I like start going downhill, I feel it. It's bad. I wouldn't mind going uphill both ways, but that's usually not an option. All right, Calvin is on his way home. My little legs gotta take me. Is that really the first time someone said legs in chat? Today? Missed. Dag, yo. All right, I'm gonna pop these into the oven while I shape this next batch. So we got one more from here, and then we'll be ready to start baking. And we're doing 52-gram cookies. I'm just kind of a windows open day. I don't know what the temperature is outside. It's getting warmer in here because my oven's on. I could probably do to check on that because it's very quiet in the house. There's nothing on right now, but that means that there's no fan on either. Nice break from 90-degree Fahrenheit weather. Yeah. I mean, the fact that it's September, the end of September, and we're sort of still experiencing summer temperature is, you know, not ideal, but here we are. How much time does it say to put these in for? 8 to 10 minutes. We're gonna set the oven for 8 minutes. Kind of weird baking cookies in a muffin tin, but like, that's the move. -2. Amazing. That's 29 Fahrenheit. 8 minutes. Speaking of fresh air, let's see. Is it worth? Yeah, I could open this window. I'm gonna open this window and turn the fan on in the house to circulate some air. That's what we're gonna do. How does it piss you off that it might rain? It was disgusting out this morning where I am. And now it's quite nice, but it also rained for most of the afternoon. So it's not terrible at the moment. Calvin, hello. Low to mid 20s Celsius for the foreseeable future. You know, that is 22 is like what I keep the house at. So not too bad.
Can you please get me a poppy? I can't because my shirt.
Yeah. Yes, I can. Would you like to have a piece of cream pie for a snack this afternoon?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Better than that yucky old fruit that Dad always offers.
Yeah. Agreed.
Hmm?
What?
No, nothing.
What?
Nothing.
You made a face. What is it?
I made a face. Did I make a face? Did I make a face?
You want?
I don't think I made a face.
You made a face. Tell me what it is.
Okay, I will be honest with you. Do you want me to be honest? I was telling chat about our conversation about the sherbet the other day. You remember how I offered you like the cantaloupe sherbet, and you're like, eh. And I said, what name did we agree would have been better? Like, cantaloupe,
You
like
said
brown sugar cantaloupe water ice or something like that.
Mm.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I was telling them about that, and I said that the question was asked, did you like this pie? And I said, I don't really know if he liked it, because last night it was sort of
Well, I had to poop.
you have to poop. Okay. Well, at least there's a genuine reason. But I was saying how maybe you didn't seem like super enthusiastic about it. And I said that maybe it was because I called it like, I don't know, sweet corn cream pie or something, and that maybe a better name would have been more interesting.
It was because I was assuming you were going to offer me like a banana, apple, or something.
You mean today?
Yeah, like something. Right?
Right. Well, no, I mean last night.
I did today.
Well, I'm sorry. Say that. Why were you excited to eat the pie? Why were you excited for the pie today?
I was excited for the pie because usually he makes me eat like a banana or apple or something, so I was excited that I didn't have to eat a banana or apple or something. What bets were you making?
It wasn't a bet, but I said that's what you would say. I said, I bet you that he will be more excited about the pie if I offer you a piece of the pie enthusiastically as opposed to the piece of fruit that I usually push on you. I said, I bet you'll be more enthusiastic about the pie now, having been offered it instead of fruit, than you were last night. Okay.
Me and my pie.
Okay. Enjoy. If you want any more of it, you can have another little piece. Westworld was right. It's true, Lemon. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of forethought to get your kid to eat fucking pie. Like, listen, it would be more impressive if I got him excited about eating an apple. So, the show was really good. Is it still on, or is it still? I feel like I missed a whole season of it somehow. How many seasons? Manipulation is fun. Yes, agreed. I just call that parenting. 3 seasons. Okay, so I feel like I've seen 2. I feel like I've seen 2. I don't know if I've seen the 3rd. Was it one of those situations where it was like an acknowledged end of the series? Or is there like more forthcoming? Can't remember. Yeah, I don't even know. So, four seasons. The last 2 were 8 episodes. Okay, I hate an 8-episode show. No offense. An 8-episode show. I like a 15 to 17 episode arc. I think that's like a good one. Adam says the ending was unsatisfying. Reasonable. I don't remember what it was. You know, I might have seen it, if I'm being honest. But if I saw it, it was probably unmemorable. You know what? No, that's not true. I don't retain information from shows that I watch. This is a thing. This is like a known thing. I don't retain character names, generally speaking. I definitely don't retain plot points. Like anytime I start a season of something, I'm like, oh, do you want to watch the new season of this other thing? And I'm like, yeah, like, and then we watch like a 20-minute YouTube recap of like the previous season, and I don't, and I'm like, oh, whoa, that really happened? That happened? Wow, who is that person? Like, it's the main character, Lou, and I'm like, oh, please love me. Sorry, it's just how it goes sometimes. Because I don't care. That's the thing, is I don't. It's just like mindless entertainment. I don't get invested in it, emotionally speaking. Although I did watch the first episode of Adolescence, and I haven't watched the second one yet. Because I'm not going to spoil anything, but like the end of the first episode, when I tell you I cried for like 20 straight minutes, I cried for like 20 straight minutes at the end of that first episode. And I am not emotionally capable of watching the second one yet. I need to be in like a good place. Unless the episodes are the length of Stranger Things episodes. Another show I haven't seen. Please don't hate me. The end was just okay, but I'm also a Lost fan, so I'm used to sloppy endings. I don't remember how Lost ended, but I know I watched all of it. Okay, my 8-minute timer is up. I'm going to check these in the oven. What am I looking for? Any notes? Edges are lightly golden brown, and the center is no longer glossy. I don't think the center was glossy to begin with, so... Did I get into Shameless? No, I did not. I've not heard of it. I'm sorry. Yes, the center is definitely glossy. The edges of this are not brown. So we're gonna let those go for just at least another 2 minutes. They might need a little longer than that 2 minutes, so we'll see. But meanwhile, let me portion off the rest of these here, or start portioning some more of these. Lens flares. Is that a J.J. Abrams thing? I haven't seen any of the Star Trek or Star Wars movies. No, Star Wars movies. I did. I saw all of like the newer ones recently too. I watched all the Star Wars movies in chronological order a couple months ago, 2 or 3 months ago. I don't know which ones were J.J. Abrams movies though. I know that the old ones, I know which ones the old ones were, but I don't know which ones were the Abrams ones. Favorite part of Westworld is that it's a Michael Crichton book, and my favorite movie is Jurassic Park, so I like seeing the parallel details. That's cool. I did not know that it was a Michael Crichton book. Oh, that reminds me. See, now I feel, you mentioned books, and now I feel guilty because I was I started to read the Dark Tower series, and I haven't gotten into the second book yet. I've tried to get into the second book, but I haven't been able to get into it. Those are not done. The center is still glossy. The edges are not at all browned. I'm going to leave those in there for a little while longer. I think that the oven, so my oven is not properly calibrated. I've talked about this many times on stream. I'm pretty sure that it's just under the temperature that it's supposed to be. So I'm just gonna let that one go. I have a count up timer on. I'm gonna give it 2 more minutes and then check on it. You love the J.J. Abrams Star Trek? Okay, you're allowed to. Appreciate the lens flare. Mega, welcome in. Hello. T-Film says I use an app to track the movies and TV episodes I watch. That is Mine would be a very short list, but I feel like that would be helpful because I'm always like, did I see that show? And usually the answer is no. Rarely do I walk out of the theater, but I walked out of the Star Trek Into Darkness movie. I couldn't stand watching it anymore. I left the theater in the middle of it. I mean, valid. Also valid. Both of those opinions are valid. I have never walked out of a movie, I don't think. I don't know what it would take for me to walk out of a movie. Even the bad ones are I don't know. Years ago, my buddy Drew used to review movies for the newspaper. You remember those, right? Newspapers. He used to do film reviews, and so he went to like all these movies. He still goes to a ton of movies. But I don't know if he actually writes them up anymore. But he used to occasionally be like, hey, I'm going to see like this terrible movie. Do you want to go see it? And I would be like, yes, I do. Newspaper? Like the microfiche? Yes, just like that. It's like a blog, only with facts and research and coherent writing. You may remember newspapers from such things as 20 years ago. Let me turn up my laser display. Right. It's like a podcast, but written. They're kind of neat. I remember we went to see Battleship one time, and that movie was bad. At least my memory of it was bad, but it was like so bad that it was funny, which I can appreciate. Text podcast, better get my glasses. Right. The guest on this newspaper podcast is fact checking. Why you'd watch TV out of order and watch whatever episode or rerun is on TV. That's chaotic. I'm not gonna lie. I like it, but that's very chaotic. I've watched a lot of shows. I mainly watch if I'm watching a sitcom, the chances are that I mean, not the chances, but like the chances are I haven't seen any episodes around the episode that I'm currently watching. Okay, these are starting to look brown. Yeah, they're looking brown around the edges. I would say that the centers of these are... Ooh. Well, I know that the pan is very hot. I would say the centers of these are no longer glossy, but I'm going to give those like, just like literally a couple more minutes. Like maybe I'm going to give those one more minute. Let's do, hold on. I did 8, 10, 15. So these will have been in here for 15 minutes and about 30 seconds. So I'm going to give those up to 16 total minutes. And then the next one that I put in, I will put in for like 14, 15 minutes. Because I opened the oven a couple times. So like the heat is not consistent. If I close the oven, leave it closed, I think 14 minutes would probably be enough. But I haven't heard the oven come on either. Bella says, I remember the TV antenna TV where if you missed an episode, you had to wait next year for the reruns. Yeah. Couldn't just pick what to watch. No. Specific show, specific time of day, and where you missed it. Right. I remember when I was a little younger than Calvin, I remember getting up and watching Saturday morning cartoons and being really upset regularly, because like I didn't set an alarm either, right? I was 8 years old. I didn't even have an alarm clock. And I remember being like annoyed that I like got down to the TV at like 8:10 a.m. and I'd miss like the first 10 minutes of whatever cartoon it was that I was watching. I think it was Bobby's World, if anyone's familiar. Bobby Generic. TV Guide magazine. I remember my friend's parents used to get TV Guide magazine, and they'd get mad if you moved it out of the living room. I remember they used to yell at each other about it. They've been divorced for 20 years now. Anyway, I remember TV Guide magazine. I also remember Antenna TV. You know, when I was a kid, I've told this story before, but we had their basement refinished. So we had TV in the basement of the house for like the first 2 years that we lived there. And then my mom got the basement like redone. And instead of cutting a hole in the drywall for like the plug where the antenna got plugged in, the one like you plug the TV into the wall, but it was the antenna for the roof. They just drywalled over that connection, and then we literally just didn't have TV anymore. 0 channels for the rest of until I was 18. I didn't have television. From 10 to 18, I had 0 TV channels because they just drywalled over it, and my mom didn't care. She was like, "Whatever, I don't watch TV," and I was like, "But cartoons," and I don't know. I watched the same VHS tapes all the time. Shit, I said I was going to take these out at 15 minutes, didn't I? I did. That was like 30 seconds after I said that, and here we are, minutes later. Okay, so these are done. I think they're done. Let's put these in. Put these in. I'm going to... Smells different than when you were down here? Yeah, I mean, it would.
Can I please have another piece of pie?
Can you have another piece of pie? Yes, you can have another piece of pie. You could change your shirt too, so that you can like walk over into the kitchen.
No, I forgot to bring this up.
Lemon says we used to bring like an 8-foot-long antenna to the cottage, and my dad would rotate it so we could watch the hockey games. The worst would be when he made you stand there and hold it.
Can I have
Better, worse.
a dairy thing?
Cyan, hello. Thank you. The pink scale. Yes, you may, Calvin. This is an Escali. I got it because it matched the color of the streams. TV Guide that would come inside of the Sunday paper by an actual paper boy. Yeah.
What's it called?
What's what called? A maraschino cherry.
Maraschino.
Yeah. We get the Sunday paper. We actually get a physical copy of the paper. I like it because it has the crossword in it, and
I like it because it has the comics.
And Calvin likes it because it has the comics. And I like it because it supports the Philadelphia Inquirer, a non-profit journalism endeavor that is very much allowed to say whatever the hell they want to say.
Were you gonna eat these or use them in something?
Please, go ahead and eat those if you want.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to give you a piece of pie.
Last time I tried them, I didn't like them.
Last time you tried those?
Not last time. 2 times ago. And then I tried them again. And I liked them.
Okay. Well, here's a little piece of pie. You can also just use your, you scrape this and kind of like shovel it into your mouth, the rest of the crumbs. Good? Here. There you go. You can't miss hockey. No. How to tell?
Jonas is allowed to lie now.
How to tell you were raised Canadian? Excellent. Well, I know what part of the story you're at. That's cool. It says, flip the pan out onto a parchment-lined cookie sheet. Cookies will fall out of the pan to create the iconic upside-down pineapple dessert cookies. Allow cookies to cool before serving. Okay. So we are going...
No!
Okay. We're going to flip these... Oh, shoot. Did I start the timer? I did start the timer. Okay. We're going to flip these out of the pan because I think that flipping them out while they are still liquidy, while the top of them, bottom, what is currently the bottom will very shortly be the top, is still liquidy, is important because then otherwise it'll probably just stick to the pan. It'll like caramelize and stick to the pan. I don't know. Oh, Ellis. Yeah. It's a hard industry. You can't be, it's not even an industry anymore. It is fascinating. It's, change your shirt. He's wearing a shirt that says the name of his school real big on the front of it. One of the reasons I like the Inquirer is they're nonprofit, and they're like totally, yeah, they're nonprofit and not really beholden to like that sort of corporate interest, and I appreciate that. Do I have a charger that your computer takes? No, I do not. I definitely do not. You have a, well, I don't. You have a Chromebook. It's a specific like type of charger. I definitely don't have it. Sorry. Okay, let's get another sheet pan out. We'll prep both sheet pans at once here. I think once I flip these out, I don't want to move them. So let's give this a shot here. Oh. Definitely for profit. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, this is just me sort of becoming lightly political, but I don't think the news is something that you should profit off of like that. Oh yeah. Oh, these are soft. Okay. These are, this is good. We're not at all stuck to the sides. I didn't spray this pan. I didn't like put anything in here to sort of make this come out easier, but these are coming, they're separating from the sides quite nicely. So let's see if this, see if this works. I'm just gonna drop those. The rest, Mike, the recipe did not call for it. So I'm gonna let these sit just like this for a few minutes. Because I'm pretty sure that they came out. I'm pretty sure they all came out. I'm gonna do that one more time. Yeah, hold on. They sound hollow when I'm tapping them. I think they probably came out okay, and I want to let them like drip a little bit so that in case they're really liquidy, I'm just thinking I don't want the liquid to like spill out. I want it to start to cool down just enough to like stay on the top of the cookie. It didn't say to do that, but I'm sort of like, I'm just thinking like, what when I lift this up, if the liquid just goes everywhere, it's going to be frustrating. So let's let these sit for just a moment. I know I'm kind of, hold on, I can feel underneath. Tapping underneath it here. Yeah. Like the sound, I'm like, it sounds like there's a cavity in here. It sounds like hollow when I tap the top, which means that there's probably a little bit of space between the top and the bottom. I don't know, I'm just guessing. We're just guessing here. But we're gonna leave these sit for a few minutes to cool down. I'm actually just going to put these on a wire rack too. Hey, Eat It Dad Spot, thank you for the reminder. If you're lurking and not following because you don't know what happens when someone follows, those follows are silent. I don't always love when I follow a new stream and there's sounds and like the lights go off. I don't mind if the lights are fine. I don't always love if there's like sounds and the person streaming is like, hey, welcome in, blah, blah, blah. Like I personally don't like that. So if you're like that and you're hanging out and just lurking, you should know that follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, nothing happens. No alerts, no chat messages. I will not acknowledge you. And you can just continue to lurk, but you'll remember to come back because you will have followed. So feel free, if you're lurking and you're like me and don't want to be perceived, to hit the follow button without fear of being perceived. This pie is, I'm gonna leave this. Gwen didn't have any, but I didn't offer her any. She didn't ask for any. So I'm gonna offer her some when she comes home. We'll see what she says. But otherwise, I'm just gonna eat this out of the plate later. Okay, it is 16:38. I kind of want to try something while we have the oven on, because I'm going to have the oven on for dinner. Dinner is going to be stuffed shells, which will probably take a while. Let me read before I'm like, let me do just one more thing. Let me read the stuffed shells recipe and just like really kind of gut check myself on how long that might actually take. Midi Moon Storm, what up? What up is we have cookies out of the oven. They're in this cookie tin over here, this muffin tin. They are pineapple upside down cookies, so they are sort of upside down at the moment, but they're warm, so I'm letting them sort of drip and get gooey in the circle before they spill out. We have another tray of those in the oven that's going to be finished in about 4.5 minutes. I'm going to do the same thing for that tray when that one comes out. I am looking at my stuffed shells recipe. This is what I want to make for dinner tonight. Prep time, 45 minutes, it says. God damn, that's a long recipe for prep. What are we prepping that takes that long? Pasta shells. Okay, so you have to make and cool pasta. A diced onion, 4 garlic cloves, 1 zucchini squash, 2 ears of corn, 15 ounces of ricotta cheese, 1 large egg, 2 cups of freshly grated mozzarella, a half a cup of finely grated Parmesan cheese, 2/3 a cup of pesto, 2 cups of marinara sauce. Yeah, that's a lot of prep, actually. Let me just boil some water on the stove to make the pasta, because at least the pasta needs to get made first. And then that'll be ready to stuff. Preheat the oven, boil the pasta shells. Okay, drain. Heat the olive oil, add the onion and garlic, cook. Stir in the zucchini and squash. Wait, is this? It says zucchini and squash. What? I think they mean zucchini and corn. With another pinch of salt and pepper. Yeah, because zucchini and corn are right next to each other on the ingredients list, so they have to mean corn. Cook until soft in 5 to 6 minutes. Turn off the heat and let cool slightly. In a large bowl, mix together the ricotta cheese, egg, 1 cup of the mozzarella, the Parmesan, and 1/3 a cup of pesto. Add in a pinch of salt and pepper. Mix until combined. Transfer the zucchini corn mixture to the ricotta and stir in until combined. Okay, so we're making a vegetable melange in a pot. We are making a cold cheese mixture in a bowl. We're mixing all this together. That's your filling. Add the marinara sauce to the oven-safe pan that you cooked the zucchini corn mixture in. What? I'm not doing that. I'm just going to add them to... I'm not adding them to the same pan that I cooked the zucchini in. Like, get out of here. Take each number of pasta shell and stuff it with 2 to 3 tablespoons of the ricotta pesto filling. Place the shells in marinara sauce in the pan. Repeat with the remaining shells. If you end up with too many shells, add some sauce in a small baking dish or pan and layer the shells in there. Dollop the remaining pesto on top of the shells, sprinkle with the remaining mozzarella cheese. Bake for 25 to 30 minutes until warm and golden and bubbly. Remove the pan and let it sit for a few minutes. Top it with extra Parmesan, fresh basil, and even more pesto if you wish, and serve. Great. Especially if you're going to make your own pesto and marinara, Bella says. I am not. I have jarred pesto and jarred marinara because I would usually make my own, but I didn't have enough. I didn't go to the farmer's market where basil is cheaper, and I didn't want to make the pesto. The jar of pesto was cheaper than buying enough basil plants at the store to make the pesto. And I had the marinara, so I was like, I'm just going to use that. It's actually not marinara, it's something else, but it's red sauce, so it's all the same. Sounds like something I'd make over the course of a day or two. This is a lot of prep. Yeah, I was thinking of, let me look at the other recipe that I was kind of thinking of making in my mind just now. Because I think the other recipe is just like a mix in a bowl and bake thing. It's a recipe that I'm sort of like working on, or I'm starting to work on. And I really just want to make like the quickest, dirtiest version of it that I can, so that I get a basic baseline for like time and sort of process. So this is all sort of this is all straightforward, and it may take a little while, but I'm thinking if I make the other thing, that should maybe take like 30 minutes, and I would bake it and start this, and then I could take that out of the oven and then cool that while this is in progress. So before I do that, we're going to look at the cookies that are in the oven. That was 15 minutes. These are just about ready. I'm going to give this 1 more minute. I'm actually going to give this 2 more minutes because the other ones I left in there for longer than I said I was going to. Okay, 2 more minutes on those. That gives me just enough time to look at this other recipe. I started writing it. I didn't print it out yet. So like, let's just take a beat and take a quick look at that. Okay, so this is a flax seed and oat bar recipe that I'm considering. Rolled oats, flax seeds, honey, dark brown sugar, butter, vanilla, dried blueberries, kosher salt. I don't want to toast this. This is not, hold on, this step is irrelevant. Okay, grease an 8x8 with butter, melt the brown butter and sugar, stir in the honey, pinch of salt, add vanilla, fold in the oats, flax, and blueberries. Bake. No, I'm not going to do this today. I don't even have measurements on here yet. I need to do a little bit more research. I have a couple like comparative recipes that are sort of similar to what I'm trying to go for. I'm trying to make a recipe that is a remake. Yeah, I'm trying to make a recipe that I used to have 15 years ago. That was this like flax and oat seed bar, but I have no idea what's in it. The other day, this should tell you sort of the level of my wanting to recreate this. The other day, the place that made this bar still makes it. It's still on their menu because I looked them up. They have 2 different Instagrams accounts. Both accounts have more than 1,000 photos on them. And I scrolled through every single photo on both accounts back to 2014, I think, looking for pictures of this thing. In over 2,000 photos, they have posted 2 pictures of it. Two. And neither of them are worth that. One of them, you can kind of see some of the ingredients in it. One. They do like all sorts of stuff. It's like they have baked goods, they have seasonal foods. Like, it's just sort of like a bar that they have in the case. You know, it's not like a special thing. To me, it was. It still is. But it's basically oats, and flax seeds, and that's it. As far as I can tell, there might be like dried fruit in it, raisins of some kind, maybe currants, possibly cranberries. I think it might be cranberries. I don't really know. So I scrolled through all that, and then I went through. So with like recipes in general, when you're sort of looking to write a new recipe, like a new version, your own version of something that exists, one of the common things that people will do is look at comparison recipes and be like, oh, like, you know, you're making a granola bar, right? How many granola bars exist in the world, right? But you want to make your own, and you want it to be honey forward and have, you know, dried blueberry. You want it to have like these specific nuts and, you know, mostly honey and like a little bit of cardamom or whatever flavors you're thinking of. You know, you do some research around what, you know, the process, how long do other people cook the granola bars for? Do they toast the ingredients ahead of time, or do they not toast them? Some do, some don't. Some people like it to be really dry. Some people like it to be really chewy. You know, how long did the people who cook it when it's dry cook it for versus the chewy? Like, there's a lot of factors. So I have a bunch of different like comparison recipes that are, according to like what I can find, like sort of similar to maybe what I'm thinking of. So what I'm doing now is I have all the ingredients that I think I want to use in this. And so my baseline recipe right now is just ingredients and a basic couple steps that I am pretty sure are the right ones. Which my recipe doesn't look like any of the comparison ones I have. It looks similar, but it's not the same. So I still have to look to see like what the right amount, the volume of ingredients is. And then I'll make it on stream. I was thinking maybe I could just like do that real quick today, but I can't. Like, I'm not going to do that because it'll turn out weird. It won't be right. I haven't gone far enough into my process to really like make that on stream yet. And I know this, so I'm not gonna do it. Fudge Darling, welcome in. So like the chicken pot pie recipe that I wrote last year, I compared a bunch of different versions of chicken pot pie in order to like create that one. And so like mine is not the same as the ones that I compared because I had specific things that I was looking for to include. Okay, what does this sound like without the... Yeah. Beautiful. All right, so we're going to flip this over. These are pineapple upside down cookies. And we're just going to... Hold on. There we go. That's better. We're going to put these on the tray. And flip and slam. Ready? 3. Oh, whoa, yeah. We're definitely gonna flip and slam quick because that tray is still hot underneath on my fingers. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. What does this sound like? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to let these cool off a little bit. This tray is just cool enough. I'm gonna give that tray 10 more minutes of cooling down, and then we will pull those and see what we can see. Okay, so 10 more minutes on tray number 1. Upright. They look great on their bottoms. Hopefully they look great when I pull these trays up. The reason that they're all sitting upside down like this right now is because they're gooey, hopefully, and I don't want the like. So pineapple upside down cake is the inspiration for these. I didn't write this recipe. I found this on the internet. In the bottom of this, I put brown sugar and butter, and then a pineapple ring and a maraschino cherry. Like in the bottom, and I put the cookie dough on top of it and baked it. Slamming them is just like getting the stuff to come off the top, hopefully. And I'm letting them sit like this so that the brown sugar and butter doesn't sploosh off the sides, that it just sets up. It starts to set up on top. So I'm thinking like once this is cooled down just a touch more, I'm going to take the tray off and we'll see. These are not, the reason I'm making these today is I'm pretty sure these would not be good cookies for Cookie Club. Mainly because they have like apple on them and cherries, and they're like really liquidy and soft, and I don't think I could vacuum pack these. These are like, as far as I can tell, these are a really soft cookie. So I don't like, they're just not a good candidate for the Cookie Club situation. We are going to start on our stuffed shells though, because as I said, it's 5 p.m. now. We're going to aim to have dinner around 7 p.m. This says it takes 45 minutes to prep and 30 minutes to cook. I don't think it'll take that long to prep. It'll probably take longer, if I'm being honest with myself. But let's start anyway, because we just need to boil some water first. That's the goal. Boil the water. All right. I'm gonna use my high power burner for that. The quick boil burner, and then we'll put the other stuff in on a steel pan, stainless steel pan. It says cast iron skillet. I'm going to use a stainless steel skillet. So I don't really think it matters. Actually says oven safe Dutch oven, or cast iron skillet. So we're going to use the stainless steel because that's fine. Because I'm not cooking it in here. It wants me to finish the shells in there in the oven, but I'm going to use a large baking dish instead. I'm not worried about using the cast iron. Okay, I'm going to wash my hands, and then I'm going to get my ingredients out here. We've got a couple things to cut up. So I told you I went to Fonte's today and I got a new spatula. I also got a special garlic peeler. The tube, like the garlic tube thing, where you put the garlic cloves in it and just roll it. I'm gonna see how that works today. The person at the kitchen store was like, I love these and they work really well. And I was like, I don't know if I believe you, but okay, thanks. We'll see how it goes. I've never used one. I'm unfamiliar with them, but we're gonna try one. Okay, pasta shells. Let's get the pasta shells out. Hold on, I don't need this on right now. Pasta shells are in here somewhere. There they are. Pasta shells, onion. Need an onion. I'll need some garlic. Right? Right. Onion, garlic. It says 1 zucchini. That doesn't seem like enough. But this one's big, so I guess it is. 1 zucchini. 2 ears of corn. I don't have ears of corn today, but I do have fresh corn. So I'm going to use about... I'm just going to use the rest of this corn. This is roughly 2 ears worth of corn. I'm just like guessing. Yeah, that's about right. Let me wash this zucchini off. It's a syntax. Mine came in a package deal. Your garlic peeler came in a package with a garlic twister. Yes. I saw the garlic twister in there and I was like, let's just stick with the peeler today. It was too much change all at once. I was like, I don't know if I could do both of these things today. They also had like a variety of garlic presses and I was like, this is a lot. I can't. I'm gonna get the peeler and we're out. I couldn't deal with that much change all at once. It would have been overwhelming. Okay. I'm gonna salt this pasta water before I forget, because I just thought of it, so let's do it. Salting the pasta water is one of those things where if you think about it, you should do it right away, because otherwise you'll probably forget. And then your pasta won't be as good. Okay. Corn, salt, pepper, ricotta, large egg. Okay, ricotta cheese. 15 ounces of ricotta. This is 15 ounces, right? Yes. I love a recipe. That was the end of that sentence. No, I'm kidding. It wasn't the end of that sentence. I love a recipe that calls for a whole container of something. 15 ounces of ricotta cheese. That's just one container. That's perfect. Because I'm not otherwise going to use this. So the fact that I can use the whole thing for one recipe is ideal. Thank you to whoever wrote this. I appreciate it. Know that I appreciate it. 1 large egg. We got 1 large egg. Velas, agree. Yeah, like I can't. A recipe that calls for like 12 ounces of ricotta cheese, I'm putting 15 in there anyway, y'all. You better write that recipe so I can use the whole thing. Like, just know that that's how it's got to work. Chapstick Queen, welcome in. Good afternoon. Happy Friday, Junior. 2 cups of freshly grated mozzarella. Okay, I don't have freshly grated mozzarella. What I do have is a fresh thing of mozzarella, one of these, a ball. So we'll use that. It calls for Parmesan cheese. I have a little bit of Parmesan in here, but I have an unopened Parmesan, but I also have this Pecorino that I was using for those green beans. So I'm going to use this instead of Parmesan because I'm not going to open another thing of Parmesan when I have a thing of hard cheese right here, ready to go. Half a cup of finely grated Parmesan cheese, 2/3 a cup of pesto, 2 cups of marinara. All right, pesto. Good. Marinara. I don't have marinara specifically. I have pomodoro sauce, which is probably the same. A classic tomato sauce seasoned with onions, garlic, and basil. Yeah, this is fine. 2 cups, 24 ounces. That means I'm using 2/3 of this container. That's fine. That's fine. 2/3 of a container of this size is great. Let's get my other stuff together that I need. What does it say? 2 cups of cheese. And then some Parmesan, half a cup of Parmesan, onions, zucchini, and garlic can all go in here. Okay, timer is going off for my cookies. So let me just make sure. I'm going to get the rest of this out. Okay, so the onions and garlic go in first. Onions and garlic until slightly softened. Stir in the zucchini. Okay, so the zucchini does not go in right away. The zucchini can go in this bowl. Okay, that's just silly. We'll leave that over there. Okay, we have mozzarella, Parmesan, zucchini, corn, onion, garlic. Garlic. Zucchini. I need to mix together all the other stuff. That can go in a big bowl. Cheese. Sorry, I'm talking through this. Onion and garlic. Zucchini. Stirring zucchini and corn. So zucchini and corn in the same bowl. Got it. In a large bowl, mix together ricotta cheese, egg, 1 cup of the mozzarella, cheese, egg, mozzarella. All the Parmesan. Okay, so this is also going in here. And then 1/3 cup of the pesto. Okay, so all of this is going to go in this bowl. And then zucchini, corn mixture to the ricotta, stirring to combined. Okay, so that's all going to go in there afterward. Add the marinara, that's fine. Pesto is fine, that doesn't need to go in a bowl. Okay, and then this is just for the mozzarella. I need to separate the mozzarella. So, 2 cups of mozzarella. Half of it's going to go in here, half of it's going to stay in here. And I got out 3 extra bits. Perfect. Okay, this is why we do that. All right, all of my ingredients for my stuff are ready to prep. We have cookies here. I'm gonna take the take the tray off of these cookies. So let's take a look here. Hold on, let me move this to this side. We've got cookies. These are the pineapple upside down cookies. Are we ready? I'm going to take the tray off of here and see how we did. Yes. Look at those. Those look great. And I'm glad that I left the... I'm glad that I left the thing on here for a little while, because it definitely, I think it definitely helped. I've got some like residual in here, but I'm just going to scrape the residual stuff onto the top of the cookie, and it will probably dry there. Or not. Or it won't. Whatever. These look good. I'm pretty happy. I have no idea what they taste like yet, obviously, but we'll see. Visually, they're kind of exactly what I was thinking. These are 100% not Cookie Club worthy. Worthy, yes. Possible, no. These are soft. Yeah, this is like a cake cookie. I think I'm just going to take the other tray and do the same thing right now, because the other tray, I think it's fine to just go ahead and do this. So we're going to give this a shot. I think I don't need to cool it for as long as it did. Jamie, hello. Avo, the last time I had pineapple upside down cake was, for me, I think 2021, January of 2021. Yeah, see, all that is left in here. So I think maybe taking these out sooner is probably good, because this definitely ended up setting a little bit in here. So I think I was worried about it. Coming over the side, but I think it set up. It started to cool down maybe too much in the pan. I'm just being really critical. These look great generally, and also like plenty of this topping has soaked down into the cookie itself. So I think these are I'm pretty happy with these. Visually, I'm happy with these. I'll tell you in a few moments whether or not I'm happy with them taste-wise. But visually, these look great. I wish these are quite a bit. So if you've never had pineapple upside down cake, I grew up eating it mainly at my dad's birthday. It's something that you don't really get it like out in the world. I'm going to fill these trays here real quick with some water. So just bear with me a second here as I let these soak, because I don't want, the stuff was starting to stick to the bottom, and I don't think it will stick. They're non-stick trays, so it shouldn't, but we're gonna go ahead and fill them up with water anyway. Okay, those should be good to go. All right. How do I get this back here? There we go. Oh, but the last time you made it was on a campfire. It sounds pretty good, though. Sounds like you should go camping again. Let's try one of these. I wonder if I can just pick these up with my hands. The answer to that is yes. These are soft. This is a pineapple upside down cake. I don't think I would not call this a cookie. This is a cake. I would just say this is a miniature cake. It's like a cookie, sort of a cookie texture, but this is very soft. Like, it's super pliable. I'm wondering if it's going to get any soft or any more firm as it warms up. I'm just going to leave them on the tray for a while. Holy shit, that's good though. Yeah, not Cookie Club cookies. Not really cookies either. Okay, but seriously? That tastes amazing. It tastes amazing. Structurally, not a cookie. That was a miniature cake. Jamie, I will get you for the check-ins. If you don't see me write it down, say it again. I'm gonna get you in just a second here. I'm gonna wipe this counter off. If you don't see me, write it down. Or you don't hear me say it, remind me. Okay, but we're Want to let those cool for a little while longer. I think they might set up a little bit more if they cool. I think I'm going to take them off of the... Maybe I'll take them off of the tray and let them get some air underneath of them. Not really sure how to store these. We'll see. Jamie, I'm writing your check-in down. I got you. If you have hit a multiple of 20 check-ins today, as Avo did, and as Jamie did, and I didn't write it down, you didn't hear me say it, please feel free to remind me. Otherwise, what happens is I will end up seeing that you'd had like 122 check-ins, and I'll be like, I missed your 120th. Cyborg, I will absolutely give you a close-up of these cookies. I'm going to take these off of the tray, and I'm going to put them on just the cooling rack directly. But before we do that, this is the... There they are. Whoa, got a little slippery there. We almost had pineapple upside down cookies on the floor. All right, I'm going to take these and put these on the rack. I know this is not quite what you're talking, or what y'all are talking about, but I love, there's a vegan recipe that I really like for vanilla cake. It is excellent. I think it uses a sugar substitute. Oh, I could look, but I don't recall off the top of my head. All right. So those cookies look good. I'm putting them on this rack so that they, in case they have any like dripping going on, they don't just drip and sit in their own liquid. I'm hoping the bottom will kind of dry out just a little bit. But yeah, that was certainly a tasty cookie that you would probably be best served to eat with a fork. Monk fruit. Interesting. Maple syrup. Maple syrup's like the common sweetener. I feel like maple syrup is very divisive because it has such a strong flavor. Like, if you don't want your dish to taste like maple, it's kind of a non-starter for using it, huh? All right. I want to just move these to the side so that when the cats jump up, they have something to land on. I'm only sort of kidding. Alrighty. Let's start prepping these shells, shall we? Maple syrup seems like cane syrup from a maple tree. It's always I always find it every recipe. It's like, just substitute maple syrup. Prep. All right, we're prepping. Let's prep we're gonna prep everything. So I'm gonna start with the zucchini and corn.
Yeah.
Yes, Calvin.
I'm gonna go into the doctor's now. And she said I could come if I wanted. Yes or no?
No, they're going there for dinner. We're having dinner. You're not. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Username, welcome. Hi. Hi. Welcome in. For anyone else who's joined us in the recent minutes, we've been making cookies for much of the afternoon today. We are going to, we're working now on, oh, one of those little bowls. Sorry, hold on. My train of thought has derailed. One of those little bowls I got out was for scraps. We're working now on dinner. We're just starting the dinner process. We're making summer stuffed shells with zucchini and corn, onion, garlic, ricotta cheese, Parmesan cheese, mozzarella cheese, pesto, marinara, and shells. We already made pineapple upside down cookies today. They are resting and sort of solidifying. They look like this. They're kind of cakes. I wouldn't necessarily call these cookies, if I'm being real honest. But I do think that they're meant to be in a larger tin. So they're meant to also be slightly rounder. So I think the cookie themselves are meant to be like flatter. What am I doing with the zucchini? Zucchini, we are chopping it, it says. Just chopped. Chopped. That's the note. Seems easy. I'm gonna take that. And I'm gonna take this soft seedy center out of here and put that in my bin for stock. And we're going to chop the rest of it. Hello, Gwen. Gwen, would you care to show any of the baby kittens on stream? After they've been fed and taken care of? Yeah. I said I would ask. She said sure. Just FYI. We'll have baby kittens. Daisy has gone out twice. I guess she needed to go out a third time. Dog shit in the basement. Tale as old as time. All right, I don't know how much they want me to cut these zucchinis, but if I'm stuffing shells with them, I'm pretty sure they should be relatively small. So that's what we're going to do. They're also going to cook down a little bit, so I think this is probably fine. Slightly larger, then I'm going to dice the onion. That's how big I want these. Since these are stuffed shells, everything in here should be roughly the same size. I don't want any like big chunks of anything. If anything, I want it to be smaller. So I think that's probably about right. Because these will cook down. These will cook down nicely. Liz, how are the cookies? They are delicious. They are very soft. I am very happy with them. How are they? They're still a little warm, so they're still kind of soft. I have them over here on the rack. I got them out and I put them on this thing. Here they are. They're on the screen. 3, 2, 1. They do look good. They look good and they taste good. That's the thing. They are they're, like I said, they're still warm, so they're a little soft. I have them on the rack so that they can dry out underneath and not sit in any like accumulated moisture. I think that in reflecting on the pan that it calls for, the pan is slightly larger than a, oh shit, hold on, pause, I'm talking. Add the onion and garlic. Got it. Stir in the zucchini and the corn. Got it. Okay, so the zucchini and corn do go in at the same time. I didn't just mess anything up. Great. I think because the pan that they call to cook these in is wider than a muffin tin, I think that the base of these is thick. So these are about a centimeter, a little more than a centimeter thick. And I think that they're meant to be about half as thick as they are. So I think they also, like in the picture, like if you look at the top of these, Uncommon, welcome in. If you look at the top of these, they are also a little bit, they're like the same width as the pineapple ring. In the picture, they were like wider. So there was more like cookie around the edge. So I'm assuming, as I'm extrapolating that visual, I'm assuming that the cookie is also thinner in those. But these are good. They're cake-like, and the sugar cookie is interesting. I feel like the overwhelming flavor in there is brown sugar from the sauce. So I don't think it's too sweet compared to the cake, because the cake would still be pretty sweet on its own. So I think they turned out great. I'm very pleased with them. I would make them again, and if I make them again, I would probably try to take them out of the pan. So I'd been letting them rest in the pan, and I think that was the right move. And I also think there's a sweet spot of resting time where they are still able to drip out of the pan. When I flipped them over, the sugar had started to solidify, but it was like stuck to the bottom of the muffin cup as opposed to like coming out. I think if I flipped them too early, it would all just kind of wash out. I think I flipped them too late, and the sugar had set up and stuck to the pan. Not all of it, but some of it. So I do think there's a sweet spot of like, hey, we could rest them for 4 minutes in the pan and then flip them, as opposed to like, it didn't say to rest them at all. It said just to flip them. So I think your so-called cookies look very voluminous and enlarged. People may find them offensive. Good. I hope the cookies offend you. These cookies are meant to offend. They're not. They're meant to enjoy. And I already enjoyed one. And I plan on enjoying at least one more. At least one more tonight. All right, let's cut up an onion. The downside of a recipe being written for a specific pan is it's too specific. True. I think that this, like all recipes that kind of come off of blogs like that, I think I found this one lacking. To be fair, every one of the recipes that I looked at had something structurally wrong with it that I was like, there is something missing. Like, this needed more editing. The one that I used today said there was something that it called for. It used 2 different amounts of butter and never clarified. There was like 2 tablespoons of butter just missing in the equation. So the cookie was very good. It tasted great. I was very pleased with the overall flavor and the texture. I'm waiting. I think these will cool so I ate it and it was still pretty warm. So I believe that this will cool off. I think that they'll set up and firm up a little bit more when they're cooled. All of the recipes that I read, I think all of them said that they are, said that they need to cool down completely. So, I mean, I ate one and it was still like, you know, pretty, it was still pretty loose, but I think it was very good. I said 2 amounts of butter and it didn't clarify. Gee, that's rough. Get out of here. I love that. That was good. That was really good. Wasn't the cream of the crop. No. Also true. Oh my God. Yeah, it was good. I mean, like they turned out really well. I like many other recipes I read, I have complaints about the way it was written, but I do think that it was tasty. It was good. And I think that the cookie, my sense is that the cookie aspect of it is meant to be thinner because of the pan. Like, it's just meant to spread out more. We'll try one in a little bit when they are fully room temperature. Do I have complaints yet? Yes, I do. It's missing an ingredient in the directions. So there's an ingredient in the ingredients list that is not in the directions at all. I know where it's added, but it says, so the corn, it says 1 zucchini squash and 2 ears of corn. And then in the directions, it says stir in the zucchini and squash. But it makes no mention of the corn. I know that the corn it should say like the zucchini and corn or the squash and corn, but it says the zucchini and the squash. So yes, I have one complaint or one edit that I would make to this, which is to include all of the ingredients in the directions. But again, I just like to complain about stuff like that. And I'm not infallible, I should say. I'm very glad that when I have something that goes on the internet that someone else read it for me and edited it and asked me questions about it. Most of the stuff I write comes back with at least one question, or many of the things. I don't, not most, but many things. 4 garlic cloves. Okay. My water is boiling away back there. So let's, I'm going to cook this garlic, or cook. I'm not going to cook this garlic. I'm going to peel this garlic, and then I'll drop the pasta in. I don't want to drop the pasta in just yet, because I still have a little bit of work to do here. Okay, so this calls for 4 garlic cloves. So we're going to go with 5, just for the sake of being a little extra. I was watching a YouTube video last night that was talking about like, oh, different kitchen hacks. And one of the things that I took away from that was with your stock bowl, or with like the scraps, when you're saving scraps, to save the onion skin too, if you're making stock out of it, because the skin gives color to your stock. It makes it that like deep, rich sort of amber color. That's the onion skin doing that. And without it, it is like a lighter sort of yellow, grayish color, which I thought was interesting. I didn't know that before. Occasionally I'll include the skin, and sometimes I don't. Girl Terminator, welcome in. All right, we got a garlic peeler. Let's see if it works. All right, so what do we do with this? You just put the garlic in it and peel it. Not quite. You have to press it. I'm immediately skeptical. The garlic, yes, we got one. Hefty pressure, but then like, what if my garlic is okay? Well, that's peeled. Feels like something I don't need. Yeah, I've never had one. This is the literal first time I'm ever using one. Okay, well, I gotta say that was a lot easier than doing that with my hands. I will admit that okay. You know what? This is definitely easier than doing it with my hands. I mean, I'm still doing it with my hands, but you know what I mean. Although it does create a lot more loose paper. Can I do 2 in here at once? Is that a thing? I have to tell Lemon I have one. Yeah. I mean, I'm not against them. I've just never had one. I went to the kitchen store today and, you know, they had one. And I asked the person at the store, I was like, this thing really work? You know, like as if I didn't believe all the other people that have told me they worked. And the person in the store was like, yeah, it works great. And I was like, okay, I'll get it. Why not? Yeah, that was easier. Okay. Works and takes up no space. Yeah, that was my... See, like, what I didn't purchase today, Jamie, was the garlic press. Or any of the other, like, garlic management tools. But this one... I've been told that it works. And the space thing is definitely a factor here. Yeah, I don't want to add, like, another, like, big pool thing to the drawer, but the garlic, verified. And I thought about the garlic press because I was like, oh, that would be helpful. I've had, I think, 3 different garlic presses ever, and I've broken every single one of them. And so I don't think I will ever buy another garlic press unless it has some like really strong, like this thing is an industrial strength, like will never ever break. The slap chop. Remember Vince? That was that guy's name, right? Rather unimpressed. I mean, I'm just kind of like, whatever. There's the 2 things that I've broken every one of that I've owned, and I've owned at least 2. The like lemon juicer, the thing that you like put the lemon half in and squeeze it, just broken every one. I've snapped the handle on every single one of them. Maybe I squeeze them too hard. I don't know, but I can't. They're no good. They're no good. Billy Mays, yes. Friend Billy Mays here. Coming to tell you about this thing. It's going to take up space in your mom's cabinet. Vince is a podcast. What is Vince? What's Vince's podcast about? What could Vince's podcast be about? Days as a D-list celebrity? That sounds fun, honestly. Okay, well, that was, you know, in terms of like ease of use, that thing was great. It was easy and very little effort. Onion and garlic at the same time into the thing. Okay, do onion and garlic at the same time. Great. Let's get this board cleared. And then we're gonna start on our cheese. Actually, let me drop those shells in first before we get to that part. So ready to grate. You're gonna love my nuts. What was that from? I forget what that was from. That was from the roaster. Was that from was that like a Ronco roaster thing? I'm too strong. I know, Otto, right? My sheer force of will. Curious which ones I bought. Jamie's apparently the cheap ones. Can I flex for us? Can I? Yes, it's possible. It's a pain to clean. Yeah, and that's sort of, those sort of one-use kitchen tool things are always like, why? A flimsy metal screen. I might have snapped off at the handle. Yeah, Avo, I just like smashed the hell out of those with the bench scraper. The slap chop. Okay. Thank you. The you're gonna love my nuts was the slap chop comment. In a large bowl, mix together ricotta cheese, egg, 1 cup of the mozzarella, Parmesan, and a third a cup of the pesto. Okay, so we're gonna put the ricotta in here. Oh, pause. I just said that I wanted to add the pasta. I wanted to do the pasta. So let's do that now. The slap chop was the cool tool that made you hate cooking. Kind of. It's just like a thing. It's just a thing to like... It's just a thing to clean. Feral Turner, exactly. You just like... It's just annoying. You're like, okay, shit. Now it's just it's dirty and it's got all these little crevices. How long do I cook this for? Perfect pasta, full box, perfect pasta. Cook 10 minutes. Let's do 9 minutes. Let's do 9 minutes. Yeah, Feral Turner, exactly. Like, you know how long it takes to clean a knife? Not long. Not long. I don't love one-use kitchen tools. I don't have very many. I really try to steer clear of them because they end up taking up space. Usually they're overcomplicated and they're just like they're not worth the hassle to like get out and use just for like one thing. I think I was going to say if I cooked with more garlic, like as if I don't cook with garlic every time I cook. The garlic press might be worth getting. What one-use tools do I have in here? A pizza cutter, but that's not even really one use. You can cut pasta with that. This thing, a cheese slicer, that is actually super useful, although you could just get a piece of wire and that would be fine too. That's really it. I have a mallet in here, a little Y peeler. This thing, this is definitely a one-use tool, but I do use this. The like herb shears. I love this for just like getting a couple pieces, like a couple chives out of the fridge and just like chopping them over something. If I already put my cutting board away and my knives and stuff, that's about it. The citrus reamer, but I use that in the strainer for all sorts of things. Like that's like berries, etc. So I don't have a lot of one-use stuff. I don't love that. Let's give this pasta a stir. And then I'm going to get out my colander. Somewhere in here. There we go. Damn, Feral Terminator. Isn't that satisfying though? You just like, you know that when you leave the kitchen that no one else is coming in the kitchen until you go back in the kitchen. It's so nice. A solid piece of metal, Jamie. That sounds exciting. Like that sounds like it could be good. Last time Liz asked both me and y'all and chat, last time you had stuffed shells, what did you stuff them with? That's a great question. I don't know. Definitely ricotta cheese. Definitely ricotta and Parmesan. Oh my gosh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't even remember the last time I made stuffed shells. I know I did it on stream, but I don't remember when it was. It was definitely more than a year ago. I'm gonna wash my hands here. This is syntax that the twister isn't only for garlic, it works for crushing fresh herbs, things like chilies. Very similar to the end result of a mortar and pestle. I'm almost sold on that because I do all those things pretty regularly. The herbs specifically. It's great for paper shredding. Hey, that's reasonable. I've only ever had Velveeta shells and cheese. But those are choice. I used to have stuffed shells when I was a kid, and it was always like just ricotta. I remember when Mom made them, and it was like it was like a ton of ricotta. Taco stuffed shells. What is in that? That does sound amazing. All right, leftover turkey in mushroom and ricotta. Mike, that sounds beautiful. Yes, and can you give me like 5 minutes? Maybe 10. Calvin dropped the fork from his cake and probably didn't clean it up, so that's why Daisy's furiously licking the steps. Yeah, I have like cheese out on the counter here. I'm prepping stuff. Once I'm finished prepping stuff, kittens can be around. What's the fancy fresh looking cheese? This is a big bowl of mozzarella. A big old ball of mozzarella, and I'm gonna cut it in half because I'm gonna shred it. And I need 2 cups worth, and I think this is going to be about 2 cups worth of shredded cheese. Oh, Mike, turkey tetrazzini. I just thought about turkey tetrazzini last night and I was like, I cannot wait to make that this year. I make a turkey tetrazzini every year at Thanksgiving. My mom made it for every year, and now I just use a recipe that she had. I tweaked it a little bit, of course. But I love it. I love turkey tetrazzini. It's one of my favorite things. Uncommon says you make your taco filling, you put it in the shells with a salsa and shredded cheese. When you take them out and they cool a little, you add a dollop of sour cream. Fuck, that does sound really good. That sounds unique and different. I feel like stuffed shells are always like red sauce somehow. Red sauce and like ricotta. But that sounds like a really nice take on it. Pizza with fresh mozzarella, Terminator. I love fresh mozzarella. It's so good. Salsa as the sauce is smart. I agree. Jamie says, I made a new recipe this week from All Recipes, and my husband wanted to marry me all over again. What did you make? That's exciting. I mean, maybe. You're like, yeah, not this time. I know who you are now. That's exciting though. I love when you make some. I'm vicariously happy for you. I love when I make something and like anyone in my family is like, oh, that was really good. It's such a good feeling. It's like such an amazing feeling. It doesn't happen all the time. Dubbed as a make-ahead, so I was interested. We love a make-ahead. A tamale pie, cornbread base, topped with onions, jalapeno salsa, and ground beef or turkey as the filling. Hell yeah. That sounds good. We are having we're having a nice I'm having a nice time imagining these things. The taco stuffed shells, tamales. That sounds fantastic. Mike says I found some turkey breasts at Kroger and baked them off. 10 pounds of turkey for $25. Hell yeah. Great deal. You can freeze that too. Jamie says I like making stuff for leftovers when he works nights because he has to take dinner with him. Well, leftovers are huge. I'm struggling a little bit this year because Calvin has been Calvin has been getting lunch at school. Lunch at school is free. Public school and all that. At least in the city here it is. For us, it's free. And he's been like getting school lunch every day. And so I've been struggling with I'm not packing you lunch anymore. Like you're not taking leftovers to school anymore. So I don't want to say I'm like struggling with it. It's just like I'm not planning for significant leftovers anymore, and it's a slightly different mindset. I just panicked. Did you see me panic? I just panicked because I thought the shells had been in there and overcooking, but I set a timer. I really did. I know, free school lunch. I hope they never get rid of it either. I got free school lunch when I was a kid. Until I went to private school, and then I didn't get free school lunch. But I still got school lunch every day. As a kid who sometimes did not have food to take or money and just went hungry. Yeah, it's like public school. It's definitely one of those things where it's like you should not be taking that away because there's plenty of kids for whom school lunch is the only meal that they're eating that day. Let me wash my hands and check these shells. Towel. I don't want to overcook these, but I definitely don't want to undercook them. Although I'd rather undercook them by like a couple seconds than overcook them. Because if I undercook them, they're going to end up in the sauce and kind of boiling away. Yeah, these need another minute or so. I need a little bit more mozzarella than that. Night shifts can really screw up food schedules. Caretaker, absolutely. I believe that. I never had a night shift or like work, I've never had to accommodate a night shift in my food planning. I have to imagine it's really rough. All right, 30 more seconds for those shells. Yeah, the school lunch thing. I remember I used to go to I went to a private high school for a variety of reasons, and I ended up buying lunch most days, but I never brought money with me to school. I literally used to ask people in the cafeteria for like quarters, like, hey, can I get 50 cents? Like, let me get 50 cents. And I would just buy lunch. After like 10 or 15 minutes, I'd have enough money to like buy lunch every day. Yo.
Can I go to the corner?
What are you getting at the corner store?
I don't know, depends what they have.
I don't have any cash, so if you want to get some quarters out of the drawer, you can do that. You have to change your shirt, please. Yes, you can. And if you do that, that's the snack. Okay? So we're not doing after dinner, okay? All right, I gotta empty this out. I'm not finished with this cheese, but these shells are finished. Hold on, this one's... I'm gonna find one that's like really broken so I can just take a test. Yeah, those are done. Okay. Kathy, hello. Welcome in. Cal, that means that after dinner,
After dinner,
I will expect you to have like some blueberries, okay? Or something like that. All right? No, I don't. Thank you for asking. Ask your mother if she wants anything, and if she does want some. Okay. Well, just a moment with that. I'll be ready in a moment here. I've still got cheese out on the counter. Yeah, Mom's coming up to show a cat, but I've got just a few more minutes, like a minute or two here. Okay. Okay. Listen. I know I'm working as fast as I can here. I'm almost there. Works at 4:45 to 6:45 in the morning. Jamie, that is a rough schedule. He'll flip the staples. Taking any job. Dump meals in the crock pot. I love a dump meal in the crock pot. Night shift workers and harried parents. Liz, that's funny. And Uncrustable. My kid would be happy with that. We're almost to cats. You know what? Okay. No, I'm not. That's too much cheese. It's too much cheese to cut up and use, and it's just enough to it's enough to save and be useful. Otherwise. Chicken patty day. Uncommon. Chicken patty day was the shit. Oh my god. I loved chicken patty day. My favorite lunch day in middle school was spaghetti day. Spaghetti and meatballs. I remember it. I remember because my middle school cooked. They cooked all their own food. It wasn't industrial. And I went to a public middle school too. This was years ago, obviously. I went to a public middle school and they cooked everything, and the spaghetti was just fantastic. And I definitely remember it. I remember it being amazing. Also, I just learned the other day that the side of the y'all are gonna be like, you are weird person. I just learned that this side of the colander is meant for small grating. I've always used the microplane. This is way shorter. OT, 6 nights in a row. Damn, Jamie. Well, I'm glad you got a good meal out, and that's a lot. That's a lot to have to schedule around. Did y'all have any favorite school lunches? Mine was absolutely spaghetti and meatballs day. It wasn't not even a question, and it wasn't close. Pizza day was nice, but that was sort of sheet pan pizza. It wasn't very good pizza. I don't know how to work a box grater. I don't either, apparently. The only side of the box grater I've literally ever used is this one. The small hole situation. How much? Half a cup of finely grated Parmesan cheese. Okay, so this is. I don't need to use that other. Wait, no. See, wrong side. I don't need to use that other cheese. This is definitely half a cup. We'll grate a little bit more in here, and then we'll put the rind in the freezer. Actually, I think I'm out of cheese rinds in the freezer, so that's perfect. We're just going to start a new bag. If you put it on its side, it's easier to grate. A lot less effort to push toward the back instead of up and down. See? There we go. Country baked steak and potatoes. So you're saying that? That seems helpful. And then you can dump all the stuff out at the end. You smart. So we're adding the ricotta, the egg, a cup of the mozzarella, the Parmesan, and a third a cup of pesto. Okay, so all of the Parmesan is going in there. So all of this Parmesan is going in this bowl. I'm going to take this off the edge of the counter, and we're going to put all of that in there. Beautiful. Okay. Are we ready to see some kittens before we get started here? Are we ready to see a few kittens? Would you like to see some kittens? I think we're ready. You're back. You are back. Great.
Quick.
Yeah. Okay, and a cup of the mozzarella. Great. Cup of the mozzarella and 2/3 a cup of the pesto. When we are ready, we're ready for kittens. I'm going to move our meese off to the side here because lest there be any cat fur. Okay, we have 3 no longer bottle feeding kittens. They're on the solids now that are in the house. Gwen is fostering them, and we're going to see them here in just a moment. I am clearing the counter. I'm going to wipe this off real quick. All right. Oh, stromboli of it. That sounds great.
Are you wiping it off for them to be on there?
I'm just wiping it off in general because there's like food stuff on here in case their little feet should happen to touch down. You have to introduce. Okay.
This is Unicorn.
Where
They
is
came
it?
with names, by the way. Okay, hold on.
Feet up.
Unicorn, boy, 6 weeks. Thought he was a girl first,
Look at the precious face.
which I think is why his name is Unicorn.
Flintstone feet. He totally did.
Little Tabby. Fluffiest one.
He is very active.
They're
Look
3
at
down
that.
there, so-
Your Backstreet Boys shirt has been noticed.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's so...
Okay, little feet.
No. Ah. There's...
Ready for the next?
Yeah. Oh my god. Gwen. No, I was saying yeah, yes, more cats. Also saw them at the Sphere show. The shenanigans he'll get into. Yeah, they're all 3 of the cats are adopted already, or they're spoken for. Okay, I'm gonna put the aromatics in here, and start cooking them. As you saw them at Planet Hollywood for your 30th birthday, that's cool. All right, here we go. Here's another one. Here comes another cat. Who's this?
Siren,
Siren.
6 weeks, girl.
Here, I'll let me change the camera so you can hold them up a little bit. There. Serena, welcome in. Yeah, Siren looks very much like Elsie.
Calico.
They're just like a little coin purse when you hold them like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's...
The only girl.
The only girl?
Yeah, I mean, there's only 3.
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
she is.
She will have a calico older sister.
Okay, so she's going into a home with another cat already.
Yes.
Okay. She's like, what is happening? Why are my 2 batches of 3 cats and the only girl and both was calico? The calicos are usually
They're always good.
almost, yeah, like 99% of calico cats are female. A tortie.
She's very cute.
Aw.
Okay.
Is tortie a color?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's like brown and gold. Kind of
Ooh,
like
that's pretty.
speckled / swirly.
Okay. Oh, tortoiseshell. Got it. Okay. I'm like, what is tortie? I'm unfamiliar with this terminology. I'm very quickly entering a larger understanding of what all these cat words mean. We have more fosters surely forthcoming, so this won't be the first time. All right, I'm just getting started with these aromatics because if I don't, we're not gonna be able to eat tonight. We're just not gonna get to eat. That's all. Add in the onion and garlic with a pinch of salt and pepper. Cook stirring often until slightly softened. Stir in the zucchini and squash. Okay, hold on. I need to put salt and pepper in here. And who do we have here?
This is Dragon. 6 weeks boy.
Dragon. Dragon is super cool. Oh,
What's up with your legs?
he's showing off. Look at that, buddy. Whoa, we gotta put a black bar over this thing. Yeesh.
Put your legs up.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your legs up when you're held like that.
Dragon does have a cool tail.
Yeah,
He's all white except for his tail and his little hat.
his little hat, his jaunty little beret.
Yes, his little side bangs.
Listen to the sound.
Dragon and Unicorn, the tabby, are going to a home together.
And the calico is going to a home with another cat already.
Yes. And that's that.
Cool. And how long have they been here? When did you get these?
Maybe a month.
Okay. And they have
Yeah, I
another
got them when
like,
they were 2 or 3 weeks.
and they have another like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're 6 weeks. They need to be 8 weeks and neutered to go.
Yeah. They are fun.
And then I get to get more.
More.
24 today that needed to go.
That's too many. Liz, thank you for the gifted subs. Good Lord. I appreciate it. Look at that. See, we put the cat tax. The cat tax. Liz, thank you. Look at this little one. He is cool. His colors are cool. He's going to be fun when he's like bigger and sort of sleeker. The fuzziness makes them very... They look, yeah, like when they get older and sort of smoother, they're like, I think he's going to look really cool when he's smoother looking too. He looks cute now.
What can he eat?
Not those cookies.
Salt?
Pesto? No.
Oh. Sad. Look at his belly. Oh.
He's really showing out.
We'll go downstairs now.
He's really showing out. Yeah, did they just eat?
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks distended.
Yeah, they had like 4 packets.
I know, right? Baby.
Elsie and Ash are down there supervising.
Yeah.
Did he have onion on him?
He had a little onion skin. It wasn't an onion per se. Just the skin.
Okay, goodbye.
Just the skin. Gwen, thank you for showing us the cats. Their big debut. This is the first time we've seen them since the day they arrived.
Mm-hmm.
They were
Why don't you? He doesn't curl his legs up when I do this.
no, he's just like
This is weird.
let me show you what I can do.
You, if I was your mom, I would not be able to carry you around. You gotta lift the legs.
Nope.
Come on, man. Get your shit together. Come on.
Gotta
Okay,
learn.
goodbye.
Okay. Well, that was the cats. Those were the new foster, not that new, the foster cats. The foster cats. All right, we've gotten some gift subs, so you know what that means. That means it's hairnet time. Can I see quickly the September goal, please? Yes, you may. And we now have a QR code. If you want to screenshot this, if you're on your phone, you can screenshot it. And follow the QR code for more descriptions of the goals here. We did just hit, thank you, Liz. We did just hit the chocolate onion goal. And let's see, we want to do 10 minutes, right? 2 minutes per sub. There we go. I was hoping the QR code would link to a pic with their hairnet. It does not. It does not, unfortunately. Who had a subscription? Oh, Moondie's got a subscription in there. I use a bandana that I got from Moondie's regularly. Bowser, welcome in. I had the distinct pleasure today of going over to Reading Terminal Market and looking at the chocolate camera. Whoa, that was a weird place for that camera to freeze, wasn't it? Hold on. I think I unplugged this camera by accident. I was over there today looking at the chocolate onion, and I asked them about it, so I have some more details about it. It is a yellow onion. It is not a Vidalia. It is not seasoned, and it is covered in regular milk chocolate. Stir in the zucchini and squash. Cook until softened, 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna stir in the zucchini and the corn now. Then we're gonna fix this camera. Maybe. I think the camera just needs to be turned off and on. Let's do that. Yeah, I got a cryptid. Yeah, I was showing, that was when Ash was like attacking the light, or trying to climb the light, my stream light there. Okay, let's see if we can fix that. Let's see if we can fix that camera though, because that is going to be annoying if I can't. We just need to turn, hold on. See this, we're going to use, I'm using a studio mode in OBS, which if you're not familiar, is when I can look at a different scene that I have going on and do this and then this. And it's still not working. Fun. Maybe deactivate. Activate. There we go. And now that. Okay, perfect. Just need to season this just a little bit more. Our September goals, we did just hit the chocolate onion goal, so we'll be out in the city very soon over at Reading Terminal Market to purchase and consume live on stream a rather large yellow onion covered in chocolate. It also has rainbow sprinkles, which I didn't recall, but it does. It has rainbow sprinkles. I will read you the description of what the onion says. It's if you click through the QR code, there's a link to their Muller Chocolates website, and they have a description of it. But I will read it to you momentarily here. So the chocolate onion says, in 1983, a comedian named Bob Nelson produced a show in Philadelphia called Double Muppets Hold the Onions. The film studios were across the street from the Bourse, where Muller Chocolate then had a storefront. Nelson asked Glenn Muller Sr., the proprietor, to create the chocolate-covered onions so he could use them in the show's opening gag. The onions were held like a bouquet by hand that smashed through the title card. Over 35 years later, the iconic Philadelphia chocolate-covered onion has been featured in Ripley's Believe It or Not, Bizarre Foods starring Andrew Zimmern, Chopped, and more. Traveling to Philadelphia is not complete without visiting the Liberty Bell, getting a cheesesteak, or coming to see or eat the chocolate-covered onion. Now, I think that's a bit aggrandizing. I think that the chocolate-covered onion is a little lower on the list of things that people do when they come to Philadelphia, if I'm being honest. The Liberty Bell cheesesteaks, definitely top 5. Easily top 5. No question. No question. No argument there. But I will say that as a longtime Philadelphian, the chocolate onion has been familiar to me for a long time. And so I've never actually seen one eaten. I asked the guy today, I was like, how many of these you sell? And he's like, a couple a month. And I was like, who buys them? And he's like, it's like random people. And I was like, really? Like, I was like, I wanted to be like, can you provide more information? Like, what do these people look like? Did they say anything to you? Did we hit the onion goal? Yes, we did. 43 total. And we are eating a chocolate onion. And we're going to do some pumpkin carving as well. I've found a place to get pumpkins from, and I'm going to put that on the stream schedule. Who orders them? Crazy people mostly. Yeah, I'm like, who is buying these? Who? A couple a month? Like, what do you mean a couple a month? When will the eating happen? I'm going to schedule just a general like walk around the city IRL, and we'll do it during that. It will be during normal stream time. I'm not going to do it like on a weekend or whatever. It's going to just be like during a Tuesday, Thursday stream. He didn't want to say what kind of person buys it out of concern for insulting you. Lemon, that is possibly true. Although this man did not seem concerned for my social emotional well-being. Just generally speaking. I mean, maybe he was, but he did have a very lustrous beard that was covered by a very big hairnet, which was funny to see. And also nice to see, because like he was wearing a hairnet. Okay, so I need to mix the pesto with this in a large bowl. Mix together ricotta cheese, egg, cup, mozzarella cheese, parmesan, and 1/3 a cup of pesto. 1/3 a cup of pesto. Serving size, 1/4 cup, 60 grams. Okay, so a little more than 60 grams. Let's do like 75. I don't think it needs to be exact. Doesn't need to be exact. Well, I'll say that it doesn't need to be exact. Okay. We just have shit. It's not gonna work. I just have like regular jar o pesto. Uncommon says, I always kept my beard trimmed enough at the places I worked where my beard wasn't an issue. This there's a thing in Philly. I don't know. Like, if you said to someone in Philly, like, oh, that guy's got a Philly beard, you would. It's like just a common type of beard, sort of just like Hold on, what did I say? 70 some? Yeah, okay. I put that big spoon in there and then I was off on my measurements. Okay. But basically just like a big chin beard. And so like this person had like a clean shaven face and then like a big chin style beard. And they just had like a hairnet that was like down there. If it's a beard that makes you look more like Gritty, that's exactly accurate. Lemon. Gritty was designed. Yeah, that is a really good insight. Because that's true. That's like Gritty has a Philly beard. Just like down here, kind of like trimmed. Some folks don't trim it. Some folks are just like scraggly, but like trimmed nicely, but like shaved cheeks, shaved like up here, but like big ol' sort of like chin down beard. I could grow one of those if I wanted to. I don't want to. I've been doing a lot of American studying. Is that on the Now, if you lived in Philadelphia, that would probably be on like some sort of citizenship test somewhere. I'm guessing. It sure would be. All right, we're gonna let this cool off for just a moment here while we mix this ricotta. Kathy, enjoy your dinner. Did you say what you were having for dinner? I don't think I heard, but also I was distracted by cats and etc. But regardless, enjoy it. I don't mean to like keep you if you're running. Like, go enjoy. Mix together the ricotta, egg, mozzarella, parmesan, pesto, add a pinch of salt and pepper. Okay, I need to add salt and pepper to this. And then we're going to mix all the vegetables in here too. It said to let this cool slightly, but Daisy is here. She was here. Daisy is here. She's wandering around. I'm going to, here's what we're going to do. Pause. Going to put this in a bowl. I'm just going to put this whole pan in the refrigerator for a second, if I can find like a clean spot to just put this on top of something. Because I just want it to cool off enough that it doesn't sort of melt this cheese. Like 5 minutes in the fridge is going to be perfect for this. I just don't want it to like soften this cheese up into like a liquid. Yeah, I can put that down here on top in the back. It'll be fine right there. No, it won't. Okay, now it will. Great. I'm just going to leave that there for a few minutes while I get the rest of my counter set up here. All right, let's put this in. First off, close the refrigerator. Put this in the stock bag. Ready to go. The timer is up. We've timed out of our hairnet timer. Liz, thank you again. I appreciate you. I'm excited. I was hoping that we would hit the chocolate onion goal. I assumed that we would. I want to say that I'm glad that we did. I also have never had a chocolate onion, and so I'm a little apprehensive about it. But I like onions, and I'm kind of excited to see how it goes. Okay. We have a lot of dishes over on this counter. See, what happens is when we don't run ads during stream, all the dishes get backed up, and there are so many dishes over here right now. It is not great. It is not great. And that's okay. salt and pepper in this ricotta. Discounted subs starting tomorrow. Bonus. I feel like they're doing some kind of, I think they usually do like, I don't know, buy 5 get 2 free or something like that. I remember in the past they've done like a version of, it's some sort of like roulette where you're like, well, you might get 1 extra or you might get 5 extra. I should have put this cheese in the fridge too. Why don't I just go ahead and do that? I have the space to do that. And we're getting ready. I'm just getting ready to put my shells in the pan here. All right, now I did, when these shells were finished, and I poured them in the colander, I oiled them a little bit. Just like I put some oil on here, and they are now, they're not stuck together. Thank gosh. Okay. Now I'm gonna stuff these all by hand. Add the marinara sauce to the oven-safe pan. Okay. Mix until combined. Transfer the zucchini corn mixture to the ricotta and stir it. Okay. Take the shells, stuff with ricotta pesto filling, place the shells in the marinara sauce in the pan. Repeat with the remaining shells. Dollop the remaining pesto on top of the shells. Sprinkle with the remaining mozzarella. Bake for 25 to 30 minutes. Okay, perfect. You should definitely go during the day, Liz. Yes, Target right now. I mean, for me as like a parent, Target is like probably a mob house on what time is it? I don't know. I mean, it's 3:30, right? I feel like Target is best at like 2 p.m. Stuffed shells, cannelloni, and manicotti is so meticulous. It is meticulous. Meticulous is a good word for it. I think during the day, it's always my favorite time to go to Target, but during the day is also when I like don't have to, like Calvin's not around and it's kind of, it's a quieter time. But during the day, you also get the largest number of people with like babies with them. So, depends. Usually if I go to Target at like early afternoon, there's like at least 1 or 2 screaming babies, which isn't bothering me because they're not my kid, so I don't really care. All right, we have we're ready to go here. Let me get this. I'm gonna get the sauce in the pan, and then we'll do a sauce in the pan, and then we'll mix the rest of the stuff. No meetings, nice. Kind of want to veg out. I think we all deserve to do that. I feel like if you got to spend all sorts of time on like online, in meetings, and like on the computer, going to Target in the middle of the day is perfectly acceptable. Not that you need my permission or anyone's. Okay, let me get this out. So this should be cooled off like a teeny tiny little bit, like kind of. Not quite, but it's, yeah. It's not ripping hot. Okay, I'll get that out of the pan. And I think we're almost there. We're kind of coming into the final thing in the oven situation here. Yes, so if up at 8 a.m. grocery shop. 8 a.m. or like 9 p.m. Tomato sauce is a Wegmans Italian classic Grandma's Pomodoro sauce. It calls for marinara. I'm just using what I had in the cabinet. I didn't want to buy anything. These I mean, they seem really good. Everything, all the ingredients in here are like ideal, like really nice ingredients. Underwater handstand, so cute. It is kind of interesting. It's using a lot of different sauce. Is the sauce any good? You know, Jamie, I don't know. I've never had it. Let's try it though. I'm gonna try the sauce just plain. Yeah. Yes. I think so. Never bought Wegmans pasta sauce. I forget why I bought this sauce. I think I bought it because I was at Wegmans and it was just like cheap. I was like, I guess that's fine. It's the only handstand I can do. Yeah, I don't do a handstand in real life. One of my friends, is there any like specific direction about this? Take each shell and stuff it with 2 to 3 tablespoons of ricotta pesto filling. Okay, no, there's no special instruction here. And then do you place the shells in the marinara sauce in the pan? Okay, so I'm guessing that you just place these like right side up, correct? Like there's no... This is a real question. I'm not like super familiar with making stuffed shells. You just kind of place them with the open side going upward. I should also... Where you going? Where you going? Yes? Right side up. Okay.
Roblox, because the new game that I was playing.
Okay. Right side up, top with the pesto and mouse. Okay. Sounds easy. I usually get Raoul's. Yeah, and Raoul's is good. I do like Raoul's sauce. The Wegmans, I think I got the Wegmans brand because I was buying... What was I buying this for? Oh, I remember. I was buying this for a... I was buying this for a recipe that I was like considering, or not considering, but I was thinking of using it for the zucchini pizza casserole recipe that I finished a little while ago, and I was thinking of testing it instead of pizza sauce. And for most of those recipes when I make them, I use the store brand sauce of some kind. I like to use the least expensive version of a thing I can find, because typically that's like going to be I try to use the most budget friendly ingredient I can when it comes to like processed stuff like that. Like I still usually buy organic produce because the farmers market is organic, so I almost always get all my produce there. But mostly what I buy in the store is just like the least expensive version, or like the second least expensive version of something. Often I prefer to buy the store brand, but if I don't buy the store brand, I'll buy like, for broth, for example, I buy like the Swanson broth, just like the regular Swanson broth, which I actually find is pretty good. Yeah, making your own sauce is definitely an all-day adventure. Or it can be. It can be. Yeah, so I'm like, why did I buy this specific one? That's why. It was because I was considering using it for a recipe, and I ended up not using it. So I just had it in the cabinet. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to use it because, what else am I going to do with it? I'm going to watch it. I'm going to sit there and watch. It's just going to be there. A slow simmer sauce for meatballs. Hell yes. I love a slow sauce. Does anyone grow up calling pasta sauce gravy? Is that just a Philadelphia thing? Or is that like a mid-Atlantic thing? Like so many people here call it gravy. Like, oh, we're gonna make the Sunday gravy. An Italian thing. Maybe. I heard it. Obviously I'm in Philadelphia, so I'm sort of like, that is my point of reference. Obviously I'm a homer when it comes to that kind of thing. All right, these are coming together well. I'm trying to like portion out, eyeball the sort of portioning so I don't run out of shells and sauce, but we'll see how it gets. We'll see how we do. I think I'm going to end up with some extra, either extra sauce or extra shells. If I end up with extra, I'd rather end up with extra shells than extra sauce, but we'll see. It's coming together. These are a little bit tedious, but not too bad. I said I wanted to eat around 7 p.m. my time. It is 6:34, and these take about 30 minutes to cook, and then about 10 minutes to cool down. So the 7 o'clock dinner time ship has sailed, but we may hit 7:30. It's all right. I started streaming almost an hour after I thought I would today, so it's we're still making good time. That's what happens though when you're sort of, at least for me anyway, I sort of know what time I'm trying to finish, and sort of mentally I set the calculation at the beginning of stream, and I'm like, all right, I can, like today I was thinking of like, oh, I'll make this other thing that I'm considering making, and before I do the stuffed shells, then I'm like, let's not do that. And I'm glad I didn't, because I would be like finishing that. I would not be this far under the shells. Although if I'd have done that, we probably would have not looked at the cats. So at least we got to look at the cats, which was probably nicer than watching me fumble through a recipe I've never tried, and something that has no actual recipe, just me throwing ingredients together. I don't know. That could be fun too, but a little more stressful on my end. Tex, welcome in. Hello. Good to have you. We are making stuffed shells today. These stuffed shells have corn and zucchini. They have ricotta cheese, they have Parmesan cheese, they have mozzarella cheese. They have pesto. Onion, garlic. Olive oil, of course. They have an egg, for what that's worth. All right, well, this is good. I've got a tray that's basically full, and now what I'm going to do is just keep sliding these shells closer and closer together as I get these last couple filled up here. So we're going to fill this, we're definitely going to fill this tray. I've got two more shells worth of filling. So let's get one. And then we'll have room for like one more after that. Okay. And then I'm definitely going to have some leftover pasta here, which is okay. I'll pop that into a container and probably just have that with butter, something for lunch. Or the little rest of that marinara or pomodoro, whatever that sauce is over there. Pomodoro sauce. Okay, one more shell at the top, and then we're gonna pop these in. We're gonna be ready to pop these in the oven. Not quite. Actually, I need to put the mozzarella and the pesto on here. We're getting there. We're almost there. Okay. Beautiful. Shells are good. Maybe I got one more in here. Yeah, I got one more shell worth of filling. A small one. That's a real small one. We'll roll that one up and just stick it on the inside. There we go. Okay. Where are you gonna go? I'll put you right here. Perfect. Okay, this is good. I think as we let these bake, I am going to put the stuff from the dishwasher away. And load the dishwasher because I haven't done that during stream today. And I need to because there's a shitload of dishes over here. And honestly, it's Gwen's turn to do the dishes tonight, and she is not going to be happy if she looks at the pile of that catastrophe that's over here. So, dollop the remaining pesto, sprinkle with the remaining mozzarella cheese, bake for 25 minutes. Okay. Dollop, a dollop, a dollop, a dollop. Just little dollops. I'm not going to use all the pesto from this container because I want just enough to like have some leftover pesto remaining. Okay, but I am going to, here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to run an ad because I don't want to. I'm not going to run an ad, but we can put up a game of words on stream and play a game of words on stream if y'all want to. I am going to do some dish management for a few minutes, and then we'll check this and see. Hold on. All right, where is the rest of my mozzarella? Here it is, over here. Okay. I'm letting my water warm up over there because I'm about to use it. Okay, let's get this mozzarella on here. And then we'll be good to go. I'll bake these. It says 25 to 30 minutes. I think this is probably going to take the full amount of time. Because these are pretty dense. My oven's hot though. Like we're all the way hot. It's been on all afternoon, so it's definitely preheated and ready to go. Okay. Let's get that in. Towel. All my towels are underneath the things. Perfect. Dinner and dessert tonight both look delicious. Thank you, Liz. I hope so. I'm excited for these. These are like you posted these a while ago, probably like June, maybe. I forget when you posted them. I said I wanted to make them. I appreciate the reminder. Oh my God. This is so heavy. How heavy is this? Actually, no, we're not going to weigh it. We're going to put this in the oven. Let's not get obsessive. All right, these are stuffed shells. Oh my God. And we'll pop that in the oven. We'll start the timer. it doesn't say to cover it. So, sprinkle with the remaining mozzarella cheese. Bake 25 to 30 minutes until warm and golden and bubbly. Remove the pan and let it sit for a few minutes. Top with extra Parmesan, basil, and even more pesto if you wish. I don't really want to top with anything. I'm just going to take it out of the pan and eat it. I might take a couple basil leaves off of my windowsill and like chiffonade them and kind of just use those as a garnish, but otherwise I don't think I need to top with anything. We should weigh them. I thought about it, I mentioned it, but then what I thought was I don't know how much the pan weighs. So I can't really get a true weight on the thing until later, until I know how much the pan weighs. I'm not going to be able to do that until like tomorrow or whenever we finish them. That's why I gave up so quickly on that one. I love shells, like filling shells. They're so thick and like chewy. They're very chewy. Okay, let's put those in a container though. And do I have anything else that needs to get packaged? I do. Toothy. Yeah, they're like toothsome. These are good quality too. Like not a lot of, usually sometimes when you get shells, like the big shells like these, they all break apart. I didn't have any that were really like broken and sort of unusable, which I think is notable. Where's my mug? Where's my cup? There's my cup. Okay. There's that. Where is the sparkling water? There it is. This is the rest of the pineapple juice from the cookies. Okay, I'm cleaning up a little bit now because we have a large volume of dishes at this sink. I'm going to, let's do this. I'm going to put the camera, take this camera, hold on. I'm going to take this camera and put it over here, like there, like thusly. And we will do a sink camera. I'm going to put my dishes in the dishwasher away, and then we'll do a sink camera for a few minutes here while we do a game of words on stream. Let me put my dishes away first. Oh, I need to set a timer. That's what I need to do. 25 minutes. It's been like what, 2 minutes? 3 minutes? Something like that. Okay. Where's the... I don't want that. I just want the scene that is words on stream without the ads. No, that's not what I want. I want this without the words and without this box and with the actual game. Will it load? Words was weird earlier when we went to play it, so it might not. There it goes. Okay, I'm gonna put a game of words on stream up while I empty the dishwasher, and then we'll do a sync cam here after I empty the dishwasher. Wait, why did I type air? Here. I am excited. I am very excited for these shells. And I'm going to get out my plates, my favorite plates for these. For this type of thing. These like little boat plates. They're always really nice. Should be able to empty this dishwasher in the time it takes to play a game or two of Words. And then I'll be in one place and we can chat at the sink. Ariel, good word. All these pineapple chunks over here that I need to put away. How'd we do? So that was pretty close. That was pretty close. But I wonder how did y'all feel about? I'll ask that when I'll ask that when I'm actually looking at the chat. When I'm actually looking at the chat. I have a question. Okay. Maybe we can just keep Words on stream on screen. Would y'all prefer to put Words on, keep this on the screen while I do some dishes here? Or is that not? Would you rather adjust the camera? I don't really have a preference because I'm not gonna enter either way. But we're not running ads during this moment, so I don't really know what to do with this stream, with the game. All right. I think, I'll put Words up on the screen. I'll make the camera a little bigger. This is an ad. It's an ad screen. All right, I've just talked myself into something else. Okay, I'm going to. Whoops. Let's change this as it goes here. Hold on. D. Does this scene work? No. That's a weird one. Okay, let's just do the stove camera for a few minutes. How's that? Ah! No! When I say stove camera, what I mean is it's named the stove camera. It's not actually showing the stove, obviously. It is showing the coffee sock, though. Jamie heard. Yeah, Words was like, hey, we're still playing, right? You're still playing? there. This is, hold on. Do we like, I don't use this angle basically ever, so I'm really not sure how this, I'm not sure how it looks in general, but we have to do some dishes right now. This is what I usually do during words. So I had a question though, with regard to the ads today. We didn't do words during the stream. We didn't do words during the stream. Audio is out of sync. I wonder, this camera was having a wee issue earlier today. I wonder if it's still struggling a little bit. If anyone else's audio is out of sync, let me know. But this says it's okay. Might need to refresh, possibly. True. Zach, hello, welcome in. Nice to see you. Venomous, welcome. Destroying Angel, hey yourself. Welcome in, y'all. Good to have you. We're doing a little something different today. Not like different. I do dishes all the time. Zach, good to have you. Rel, hello. October Camille, welcome in. Nice to see you. Real Talk with Riri, welcome in. Hello. Hammer Tension, welcome. Haley, hello. Fresh and clean. Plump Doorknob, hi. Plump Doorknob, your name is really funny. Perhaps you've heard that before. Welcome in. We are in the middle of doing some. We're waiting for something to finish in the oven. We are doing a few dishes, but I'm going to pause on the dish doing and just come say a proper hello and show you what the normal view looks like on this stream, because you've come in at a time that is we don't usually have this view. This is a different view than normal. So this is the normal view. Welcome. What's in the oven, Haley? Haley asks, what's in the oven is summer stuffed shells. Some are good, some are bad. We'll see. That's a free dad joke. You can have one. You can have that. Welcome in. They have, the stuffed shells have shells, onion, garlic, zucchini, corn, ricotta cheese, an egg, mozzarella, Parmesan, pesto, and a tomato sauce, marinara sauce. They've been in the oven now for 13 minutes. They're going to be in the oven for another 15 minutes. Friends who just joined us. Note number one. Admin note number one. Welcome. Admin note number two. Follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no chat messages. There's no sounds. If you hit the follow button, I'm not going to say hi to you. You can just continue to lurk and be anonymous. If you want to be acknowledged, please feel free to say hi in chat. There's also a redeem for I'm new here, and that's helpful too. So feel free to follow and exist in anonymity until you feel compelled to be observed or whatever. Ashley Lynn, welcome in. Admin note number 3. If you were hanging out here watching me make food, I would encourage you to go follow Zachary Michael on Twitch and on YouTube, where they make money from those two channels. YouTube also. So Liz, y'all, thank you for the ZM command in chat. That takes you to Zach's link tree. You can follow all of the different little social places, social medias from that link. For those of y'all who just joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. This is 80% of what we do here is cooking. Mostly what I'm doing is vegetable forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son. I often am doing recipe development. I do recipes for work. So I'm often like just working on a simple recipe, mostly really straightforward, like family meal type of stuff. If you've been hanging out here for the past like 2 weeks, you've watched me make tomato soup no less than 6 times. I promise you the tomato soup is delicious though. We also make cookies. I made cookies today. They're robust. They look like this. These are pineapple upside down cookies. No, they do not mail very well. I'm very sorry. But if you would like cookies in the mail, we do cookies monthly. You can put command cookies in chat to find all about Cookie Club. Cookie Club is a monthly reward program for our community. You don't have to pay anything to enter, but you can pay to play. You can't pay for cookies, but you can pay for entries. They look yummy. Thank you. They are definitely delicious. I'm hoping that they're a little bit firmer once they were very soft when they were just out of the oven. But anyway, we also do IRL streams here and go places like, what was the last IRL we went to? We went to the Renaissance Fair. We went to the Renaissance Fair on last Sunday, which was super fun. We spent the entire day at the Renaissance Fair. We've been to a composting facility. We've been all in, around, and all about Philadelphia, which is where I live, and a bunch of other places. The next IRL stream that we're going to do is going to Reading Terminal Market to buy a chocolate onion and eat it, because we hit one of our September goals today. This one. We hit the September goal for going to Reading Terminal and eating a chocolate onion. And we're going to do that live, which is fun. It's literally an onion covered in chocolate. It's not that complicated. It's not that delicious either. I asked the guy there today, I was like, what does it taste like? And he's like, tastes like a fucking onion. What do you mean? And I was like, oh, okay, thanks. Silly me. Sounds kind of dark-sided. It does. Zach likes mushrooms. Behold. If that was not true, then I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry I'm very sorry for triggering your mushroom loathing. My bad. I do love those things separately. Destroying Angel. I would love like chocolate and caramelized onion. Maybe. Jamie's like, here, have some more. But as I said, mostly what we do here is cooking. I don't game. I don't game. So if you're like expecting video games, I'm sorry. If you came here from Zach's channel, you're not. You're there. I'm assuming there wasn't gaming going on there today. There was giddying. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. Sorry. Words have eluded me today. Crispy fried onion dipped in chocolate would be good. I definitely agree with that. Jamie says we watched lovely Mama Mel make ground beef recipes. I do love a good recipe. I love a recipe when it doesn't include a chafing dish and this motion, which is just dumping. Who is the woman that I keep seeing? There's a person on Instagram who is like this redheaded woman who makes the most cursed shit I've ever seen. I forget what their name is. It doesn't matter. I'm going to open Instagram and the algorithm will show it to me immediately. Mama Mel makes decent recipes. There's definitely a lot online. There's a lot of really cringe stuff, and there's a lot of really good stuff, and I appreciate both of them for very different reasons. The Doherty lady, I think so. Yeah, that might venomous. I feel like that's like tickling the part of my brain that's like, that's the right answer. That's words you've heard before. Anyway, when y'all came through, was doing something that I don't usually do during stream. I do them during stream. I do the dishes usually during ad breaks, but we're taking a little break from ad breaks today because like I couldn't do it today. I didn't want to have to be like, we're taking a 3-minute break. Sorry, friends. I figured we just did pre-rolls. So like, oh, by the way, sorry. Yeah. If you got a pre-roll at some point in the past, like moments since coming in, usually we don't have pre-rolls. So usually we run ads, but anyway, that said, it was a very pragmatic thing that I was doing, which was all of the dishes in the sink, which I usually do during the ad breaks, and I usually try to keep up with it, but I didn't do that today, so we have a huge pile of dishes in the sink. So we're gonna go back over, see this little thing right here, this like arm, that's holding a camera. My sink is literally right there. So we're gonna go back over to the sink. I'm gonna turn this graphic off. I'm gonna go back over to the sink, and I can still see chat, it's right there. But we're gonna go over there, and you can see me, here I am. Here's y'all right there. There's a big old pile of dishes right here, you can see. So we're gonna like load the dishwasher and like do some dishes here while we're waiting for dinner to finish, because again, I can't finish stream and look over here and see this absolute disaster. It's like, it's all I can do not to have that happen. I used to not do dishes at all during stream. Y'all, have you all had stuffed shells recently? Any like stuffed pasta? Do you have any favorite stuffed shell ingredients? We were discussing this earlier, and someone had come up with basically like a taco stuffed shell, which was kind of amazing. It was like the salsa was the sauce, which sounded fantastic, I'm not gonna lie. These stuffed shells that I'm making today have corn and zucchini. They're like a summery situation. So I'm looking forward to them because I haven't. It's just like a good combination of things that I've been eating a lot of in the past 2 months, which is zucchini and corn. Or this is orange chocolate stuffed shells. Fuck. I feel so defeated. Yes. Yes, you know what? In fact, they are. In fact, they are. But like pasta shell. Haley, I know, right? Always. And it's appreciated because obviously I didn't have that thought, but it's like incisive and deeply accurate. And like, yes, that is true. That is true. Tacos are already stuffed, but I think that the nature of my question was around like pasta shells. But that's okay. All right, we're getting there. We're working on it. Do y'all ever clean your plastic bags, or am I the weirdo? Do y'all wash these and like reuse them time after time, like Cyndi Lauper said? Maka Walker, welcome in. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Was that Cyndi Lauper who sang Time After Time? Am I making that up? Luke Skywalker, you do wash yours. Great. Good. Thank you. Now I don't feel like the weirdo. I mean, maybe I still do, but it's always nice to know that there's others. I do wash mine though, because I don't know, I hate single-use plastics. Summer veggie mixture and a gluten-free lasagna. I love. It would work in a lasagna too. I mean, it's all the same thing. It's just in shells. See that? Hello. And you could use the Banza shells. What kind of gluten-free stuff? Like, what's your go-to like gluten-free pasta? I don't have a specific favorite. I have had the Banza. Ooh, just sprayed the entire side of my kitchen. Great. Do we get drinkable water in tap? Yes, we do. Yeah, the water here is drinkable straight out the tap. I need to move the camera, don't I? Because I'm going to hang this bag here, and then you're just going to get like an eye full of plastic bag, which is, you know, there's definitely a channel for that, and it's not this one. Okay, here, hold on. Sorry, we're trying here. We're trying. I don't usually use this view. Sorry for like the lights and shit in the background. My bad. But yeah, drinkable tap water. We definitely do. Which I'm glad, surely very glad about. I live in Philadelphia, so you know we have city water, which is just fine. It works. I've never had an issue with it, thankfully. I've definitely been I've definitely been places where you can't drink the water or that don't have running water. I enjoy off-grid camping sometimes, or off-grid. There's a couple cabins that I've been to that are like off-grid places that are you don't have any running water. You just have like gallons of water, but some places that I go, they're like, yeah, don't drink the water here. It comes out of the faucet, and you could do the dishes with it. And I'm always like, if you can do the dishes with it, isn't it like, I don't know, wouldn't you also still kind of worry about it afterward? I don't know. Whatever the store has that I can find, a lot of times even adjusting cravings. The gluten-free thing is certainly hard to accommodate. Have you always been gluten-free, or was that sort of was that a realization sort of later realization? Wrong word. Was that something that sort of evolved? I know it's something that I've had certainly a lot of friends and folks that I know kind of have that as like all of a sudden I'm developing a gluten intolerance now that I'm like 30 plus years old. I am myself 30 plus 10. But I'm fortunate that I don't have a gluten allergy. I do have other allergies, but I'm glad that gluten is not one of them. Barilla is standard. Order gluten-free pasta from Italy because you can't get more fun shapes. Yeah, ditalini is great. I love ditalini in a soup. It's one of my favorite like soup pastas because it's small enough to be like fun sized. I'm trying to do as many dishes as I can here before my shells finish in the oven. Like I said, I usually do this. This is not a normal view for this stream, as you can tell, because you can see like all the shit in the background. You can see like my kitchen and the computer and all the things that you normally don't see. Hearing people from Philly talk about water and water ice is comforting. See, I like to say I didn't grow up in Philly. I moved here when I was 18, and I lived here for longer than anywhere else in my life. So I claim Philly as home, and I say that I'm a Philadelphian, and I have a lot of Philly tendencies now. I'm definitely an East Coaster though. I've been on the East Coast my whole life, and it shows. All right, my timer is going off, so that means I'm going to check the pasta. It doesn't mean the pasta's finished. It does mean that I'm going to check it. Oh my god, okay, stop beeping. Fuck. It's like it's angry at me. This is why people use their smart speaker, because then you can just yell at it to stop. I got diagnosed at 25 over 10 years ago. So you've been like accommodating that for a while. Pasta is pasta. And Alfredo isn't necessarily the pasta as much as it is the sauce or the flavor of the other ingredients. That's fair. James says, my niece was born with celiac and type 1 diabetes. Got diagnosed at 25. Oh, guys, thank you. What's Adelphian and what are you filling it with? Hey now. That's a good one. Adelphi, that was one of the Greek temples, right? Symptoms daily throughout childhood, but didn't figure it out. Gluten is the issue. Oh man, that sounds rough. It sounds really nice to like have figured it out though. The microwave is super aggressive. Yeah, mine. This microwave, if it like beeps, even if you hit the cancel button a bunch of times, it like won't stop beeping until it's gone through its full cycle, and it's like, shut up. Be done. Okay, what am I looking for with this pasta? I am looking for warm, golden, and bubbly. Okay. Well, it's certainly warm. It's bubbly. Golden, it is not. We're gonna give that 5 more minutes and do a couple more dishes here. I think at the end of this, I'm going to like maybe hit the broiler for a few minutes because then it will get nice and golden on the top too. And this is fine. 5 minutes, I should be able to like get through pretty much the rest of these, which is huge because there was a massive pile of dishes here. And now there is not, and I am very happy about that. At the end, too, I'm going to pop these. Oh, wait, hold on. No, this needs... I scrubbed it, but it's not quite finished. Okay, we'll hit that one again. It's fine. God, isn't that the worst when you like finish a dish and it's in the drying rack and then you like go to put it away and you get like a bunch of dry shit on it? Do y'all ever just like secretly put those back in the cabinet and just be like, bug it, problem for tomorrow? I won't tell if you do. I have a lot of mental my brain will not let me do that, so I don't do that, but I want to, and I think about it. Think about it all the time. Thought about it just now, but I was like, no, I can't. I can't. I mean, if you're feeding yourself too, it's like, whatever, who cares? Okay, but I am going to put all of these things can go in the oven. A fun little hack. Anything that can go in the oven is oven safe. It goes in the oven to dry. If the oven was on that evening and the oven's still like hot, I just pop all that shit right in the oven. Saves me room in the drying rack, and then you get the joyful pleasure of forgetting that it's in the oven, preheating the oven the next time you go to use it, opening the oven to put something in, and realizing that it's absolutely chock full of pots and pans, and you're like, well, who's the jerk now? And you're like, oh, it's me. Whoops. Being a millennial in general, living life before and after. Becoming gluten-free in the late 20s. Yeah, that is definitely a like before and after situation. Again, though, it's good to like, that's a thing where you're like, why do I feel like shit all the time? Like, good to know. At least you can point to it and be like, that's the reason. All right, let's put the knives in here. Scrub these off. Wait, I have this thing to rinse. Got it. Calvin, don't get your things out of the oven. Oh my God. Yeah, my biggest threat for him, my son's name is Calvin, by the way, he is 10. My biggest threat to him is that I'm going to make him like do the dishes. One of these days he's going to start doing the dishes. I'm like, he is going to start doing the dishes. Like, that's a reasonable thing to like give someone responsibility for in the house. I think dishes should be a shared chore. They are for my partner and I. But I do think anytime I threaten him, I always threaten him with having to do the dishes, and he's like, no. Dad's real name is Hobbs. Dad's real name is Lou. But, you know, I feel like I missed the chance to do like a Calvin and Hobbes costume. Halloween costume, mainly because I'm not a costume dressy uppy person. So it's sort of like it's not my vibe to dress up, generally speaking. But do you all dress up for Halloween? Are you all like adult dresser uppers? No shade if you are. I love seeing people dressed up for Halloween. I don't love dressing up myself, but I love seeing it. It is always enjoyable. Mini Crap, hello. Are you cooking cookies or shells or corn or zucchini? All. Yes, correct. I am cooking, first off, this is the thing I'm looking for. Barkeepers. Barkeeper soap. We're talking about Barkeeper soap again. We were talking about Barkeepers earlier. I keep asking Barkeepers to sponsor me, but they are not listening. I love Barkeepers though. It's my favorite kind of soup. I did cook, Mini Crap. I did cook cookies. I will show you those in just like 2 minutes here. I'm going to be finished with these dishes and I'll show you the cookies that I made. I'm making pasta, which is in the oven. My alarm is now beeping at me. I'm finishing this pie. Shut up. And that has zucchini and corn in it. So we did dessert first today and then dinner second, subsequently. Personify my drag alter ego. Tell me more. Her name is Miss Testicle. Miss Tickle if you're sweet, but Testicle if you're nasty. August, that's a good one. Cyber, yes, I am aware that you... I'm aware that you have a passion for this. You also like met your partner through various fun pursuits. I'm aware that you have sort of a very vibrant, like you've structured your life to be very vibrant and lovely like that, which I always appreciate. I wish I was more. I don't wish I was more, because I could be if I wanted to be. But I always think about what would it be, how different it would be if I was like more cosplay-y type of person. I liked dressing up for the Renaissance Fest. That was fun. Jamie ran out of candy, which hopefully means that many kids came and got candy, not that like 2 kids came and took it all. That's kind of amazing, Jamie. 20 pounds is a lot. That means that you sort of you know what you're getting into. I buy like 2 bags of candy. We put them out on the steps, and there's usually some left over at the end of the night. It's not a big thing. It's not a big thing in our neighborhood, but it's getting different. It's getting better. It's getting more frequent. More kids around. Okay. Hundreds of kids. That's kind of great. My dad used to do a whole big thing with like a coffin and gravestones in the yard and like a whole big deal. It was always kind of fascinating. Definitely like the best house on the block kind of vibes. Okay, I'm just saw those pineapples on the counter there and realized they needed to be put away. Okay, opening. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna broil this. We're gonna broil for like 2 minutes and then we'll be finished. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta wait till the broiler starts. I want to actually like broil it for like 2 minutes. God, you hand them out. Yeah. If you have kids kind of rolling through your neighborhood all the time, handing it out seems like a better thing to do. Usually dog sit for a couple older than myself who go to elaborate Halloween parties. They're Cal and Carly Bobby from Talladega Nights. I love a couple's costume. So fun. Years ago, I think I've dressed up for Halloween probably like 2 or 3 times as an adult. This microphone is seconds away from dying. Yeah, it is. We're gonna switch the mic. There we go. Okay, much better. Not much better. It's probably exactly the same, but better because it's not going to die in the middle of a sentence. Okay, 2 minutes. Yes, broiler is on. Beautiful. Okay, shells are stuffed and should be ready to go. And let me get my counter ready to receive said shells. Once that's finished, I will need these. I do not need this. I do not need this. Sorry, we're just recalibrating here. And I do need this. The Trevettes. I did promise cookies, didn't I? I said cookies in like 2 minutes. It's probably been like 4, but here we go. Cookies for today were coconut. That's not the right tropical fruit. Cookies today were pineapple upside down cookies. They look like this. Let's hold those with 2 hands, please. They look like that. They have sugar cookie base with brown sugar butter on top with a pineapple ring and a maraschino cherry in the middle. And they have solidified somewhat. They're not these these are not candidates for Cookie Club at all. These are like miniature cakes. They're really fluffy and soft, so like they would not ship well. But I love pineapple upside down cake and I love cookies, so we had to make them. They got posted in Discord and I was like, these seem great. And that's why we have them. Okay, let's get this out. Okay, 2 minutes is up, oven is off. Stuffed shells are out and on the counter. I'm gonna pop my pots in here, as I mentioned earlier. The oven is hot, so it's gonna dry off, especially for cookie sheets and things that have this like ridge around the edge, right? Water gets trapped. This thing around the edge, if you wash those, water gets trapped in there and rusts. So if you pop them in the oven, it boils that and evaporates it and keeps your pans nicer for longer. Fun tip. It's a fun tip, but it is a tip. Alrighty. It is an interesting tip, if not fun. Have I ever done a coconut cookie? We did, one of my favorite cookies from Cookie Club was pecan coconut blueberry cookie. That was really like chewy and chunky that I loved. I've never done a coconut specific cookie. I had one on the list for a little while that was like a coconut with like sugar. But I forget why it got bumped. Minicrap, follows are indeed silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no, I won't thank you specifically for the follow unless that's something. Is being thanked for a follow important for you? Because like I generally, I'm happy when people follow me. I am thankful. Myself, when I go into a chat, I don't ever actually follow somebody right away, because I get
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy,
because
sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
It's like having my child around. Because I get anxious about whether or not the streamer is going to like make a big deal out of it. I don't want to hit follow and have like the lights flash, have noises, have a chat message, and then have the person be like, "Hey, welcome in." I'm like, like I get panicked. So for me, I have the follows set to like completely silent. But for anyone who's followed recently, thank you. I appreciate it. And for anyone who's like, yeah, I don't love it when all the bells and whistles go off either. Hit the follow button, see what happens. If you're already following, don't hit the follow button. Don't do it. don't do it again, because then it'll unfollow, and that'll make me sad. My dog is barking. She is having a moment downstairs. Well, she's not downstairs. She's up. She's on the steps. Yeah, she's deaf now, so I can't even ask her what she wants. Daisy, what do you need? Yeah, no reaction. It's kind of sad that she's deaf, honestly, but she's been less reactive to every single sound, and I live in a city, so there are a lot of them, which is kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Daisy had her best 4th of July ever this year. Fireworks did not bother her. Did not bother her. Not at all. I'm going to get some shells, and we're going to get them out of this pan, and we're going to get them onto a plate. Daisy, would you like to be perceived? Do you all want to see Daisy? Daisy's here. We can't give Daisy anything today because she is on a bland diet, but Daisy's here. This is her. She's here, being good. Daisy, come here. Come here. I'm like calling her, but she can't. She can't hear. Hi, babe. You're a good girl. Yeah, you're not. No. Look at her. This is. She's just over here asking. She's begging. Yes, you're good. You're doing good. I know. Mm-hmm. Begging for treats. Daisy, you're not being very accommodating at the camera. She's like, I don't want to be on the camera. There she is. Hi. Come here. There you are. Uh-huh. We hear you. We hear you. Okay. She's over by her treat drawer, but she has been having intestinal distress, and so we can't give her things. We can't give her things that are going to exacerbate her issue. She's staring directly at me. I see you, Days. You're being so good. Yeah, must be bland. She's living a bland life at the moment. What are you doing? She is, Daisy is 13 years old. So she is, she's very old for her breed, which is a pit bull. Anyway, this needed to rest for just a second or two. I think I should be okay to serve this now, or at least put it in a plate. Are you finished? She's gone. Okay, that's all. That's all that we're gonna get. That's all that we're getting from Daisy today. She's done. She's not coming back. Oh, oldest is now 9. Jamie, I know. Daisy's... She can't hear me, so it's okay. She's been having... yeah. She's been having some issues recently. So she's kind of just... We're in Daisy just needs to be comfortable territory of... We're in the arc of Daisy's existence. We're in you just need comfort and, like, you know, be comfortable. She's had a lot of issues recently, but she's happy. That's the thing. I mean, I think she's happy. She seems happy. She seems annoyed at us when she goes over to the treat drawer and doesn't get anything, but other than that, she seems okay. You know, Pika, thank you. She's been, yeah, she's had some walks recently. She's like, I don't know. She's getting there. Yeah, exactly, Jamie. I know. And we've had dogs before. This is not the first dog I've lived with. We've had plenty of cats. I was saying to someone earlier, I'm on my like third iteration of cats. Like I had a cat growing up that was like kitten to kitten to grave. And then like another whole life cycle of cats, and now I'm on like the third life cycle of the cats. So I've definitely experienced the like, oh yeah, this animal is like not in a good spot anymore. She's not there yet, but like it's not too long. I don't know. We'll see. We all get annoyed when the doctor says limit our favorite food. Haley, yeah, exactly. And if she, if it's sort of like, okay, like that's sort of strike one, and then it's like, well, if you can't, if you lose mobility, like quality of life. First in 2009, most recent in 2023. Mini crowd, what is your question? You have a question. I have a question. Feel free to ask your question. The dog's the same way these days. Not exactly near the store, but not the youngest thing. Yeah, like there's a nice like long mid-range, but then sort of, she's a pit bull. The top age for her breed is like 15, right? And she's 13 right now. We have our friend's dog is 14. And yeah, I mean, you can tell. When it's time, you'll know. She's not there yet, but just you're good. You're being a good girl. Yes, you are. She's still very happy most of the time. So eating on stream. I love to eat on stream. Definitely going to eat on stream. I'm not going to eat all of this. We're going to. So for those of y'all who are new, generally I'm feeding my family. So this is dinner tonight. We're going to eat. We're going to sit down at the table and like eat dinner together. I know, right? How fucking Maxfield Parrish of us, right? Maxfield Parrish? No. Who is that? Who am I thinking of? Norman Rockwell. Whatever. Maxfield Parrish is another artist. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. God, my neighbor has a light that's just flashing outside. Their like light bulb is just like on the fritz. See it? It's like right out the window. Oh my God. It's like giving me a headache. Anyway, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a picture of this because I have an Instagram.
Popular. You're gonna be popular.
Thank you. I have an Instagram. There's a link to it in chat. I don't always post to it, but I do take photos. Like once every month or two, I'll post like a whole dump of shit that I made. So anyway, look for that. Or don't. Whatever. I don't.
Excuse me, Daddy. Sorry.
I don't.
Daddy. Sorry. Daddy. Sorry.
I don't base my self-worth off of likes on Instagram.
Daddy. Sorry. Daddy. Daddy. Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy. Bye.
God, that sound. Okay, picture of that. Let me get a picture of this because this is like a whole shabam here, which we love. And then we're gonna try it. I'm gonna try this and see how it is, and probably have seconds. Always with the seconds. I usually eat like a portion on stream, and then I'll have like more when it's dinner time, which is going to be in just a few minutes here. My kid's iPad time ends at 7:30, so he's up there very quietly doing something right now that he's probably, I don't know. Who knows what he's doing up there? He's being quiet. That's what he's doing. He's being quiet so I don't notice him. Okay. Put this away. So here's what we made today. Today we made summer stuffed shells. Hold on. There we go. Today we made summer stuffed shells. The stuffed shells have onion, garlic, zucchini, corn. The filling has ricotta cheese, an egg, mozzarella, parmesan, pesto, and marinara. It's not marinara, but it's a red pasta sauce. Hopefully it's good. We're going to try it. If it's not good, you'll see it on my face immediately. All right, and this is hopefully cooled down enough that I'm not gonna immediately regret this. That is very good. The corn, I love corn and zucchini, and the ricotta and the red sauce in here is very nice. Being quiet so adults didn't notice is my favorite hobby. I feel that deeply. Yeah, it's like, if I don't make any noise up here, they're not going to ask me to do anything. I am pleased with this. This is delicious. It said to like add Parmesan, add basil to the top, add a bunch of shit. I'm not gonna do that. This is fine. I don't need to overcomplicate it by adding a bunch of extra stuff to the top. I think it's good as it is. Very happy with it. We've got some napkins for the family. Darlene on YouTube says I had sausage and KD. What's KD? For dinner. And this is the cookie that we made today. This is a craft dinner. Ah, okay. Thank y'all. This is a pineapple upside down cookie. It is right side up currently. Here is that. Looking pretty good. Very thick. I'm gonna cut this in half actually. I'm gonna cut this in half because I want to look at a cross section of this and just see what the interior, how that looks. So here we go. This is, hold on, my fingers are sticky. Here we go. This is the inside of this. Looking pretty good. It definitely did not rise at all around that cherry, did it? No, it did not. But okay, better now than it was earlier. That cookie is very soft. Like, you know, the really thick sugar cookies that they're like the soft, thick sugar cookies. That's what this is. But it's covered in brown sugar. It's covered in brown sugar. I make them in a whoopie pie pan. I made them in a muffin tin that's meant for jumbo muffins. I made them in this. Yowza, that's hot. Shit, that's still very hot. Oh my god. This thing.
That's hot.
I'm very happy with them. They were meant to be in a different type of pan, but they came out okay, just the same. Specifically, they're meant to be in a muffin top pan, which I literally just learned about today or recently. Jamie, I hope you have a lovely weekend as well. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Speaking of weekends, what am I doing this weekend? I don't actually know. I don't actually know what I'm doing this weekend. I forget. I literally forget. Okay. What I do know is that the next stream that I am going to have, that I will be on streaming, is on Tuesday. We'll be live on Tuesday. I don't know what we're doing on Tuesday, but I know that we will be cooking. We're going to be doing either, hold on. Let me look at that. Let me actually, calendar. What does it say on the calendar on Tuesday? I have my schedule. Oh, it just says Kitchen John. Okay. So Tuesday will be live. I will be live at 1 p.m. I will be live at 1 p.m. this coming Tuesday. That's 1 p.m. Eastern. Unlike today, where it's live at 1 p.m. Central, which is, you know, fun and fine. Next week is going to be Tuesday and Thursday schedule. So that is what's up. Let's see. We are going to go to visit. Who are we going to visit today? We're going to keep it in the food and drink category because I like the food and drink category. Not gonna lie. We can, let's see. I think I know where I want to go. I do. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go to another friend of the stream, very good conversationalist, fun human. We're going to go visit Room and Board. They are making chicken quesadillas. We have not rated Room and Board in a little while. Hello, their description says, "Hello, fellow travelers, and welcome to Room and Board. I'll be your host and chef, so you can call me Chef. We'll grant you access to room in my humble abode to participate in an activity, and I will present you with a board containing a libation or victuals." Room and Board is a really fun, super like chill place on Twitch. I hope that you enjoy your time there. But we're gonna go see them. Okay, so Fluff, I hope you have a really lovely birthday party. I know it's a lot. I know birthday parties can be a ton. I hope that it's not overwhelming for you. I hope that you take the time that you need during that day, the morning of, the afternoon, the evening, to like be able to bring all of the positive energy. Birthdays can be really hard as a parent. And I know you're doing a lot to organize. I know you're doing a lot to like make that a special day. I hope you have a good one. I hope it works out like you want to, and I hope that you are able to enjoy it and take the time you need, and people don't see past the effort that you're putting in. And I hope your kid enjoys it. We're going to go visit Room and Board. As I said, they're making chicken quesadillas. Chicken quesadillas. Okay, we have a couple raid messages in chat. Do we have raid messages in chat? I think we do. Yes. Did we? Yes. We did. We do. We do. Okay, some raid messages in chat. Where is the thing? Ah! Goodbye. Here's also some social media links. in chat. It's a good time to hit the follow button if you're not following already. Follows are free and follows are also silent. We'll be back on Tuesday. As I said, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what we'll be doing. We'll be making something in the kitchen. I did mention an IRL stream. That is correct. Woma, I don't know when that IRL stream is going to be, but the IRL stream that we do with the sub goal for having hit the September onion stream is going to be one of our streams that's already on the calendar. Like, it might be Thursday next week. It might be, but I'm just going to do that during one of our normal stream times, probably Tuesday, Thursday during the day. So I don't know when it is, but it will be on the calendar on Sunday as usual. I hope you all have a really lovely Friday and rest of your weekend. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate you. If I don't see you on Tuesday, I hope to see you in chat. Goodbye.
Oh my gosh, thank you for bringing your friends.
If you watch